Hey everyone. So we're gonna do a little bit of an open chat for the beginning of this stream while we kind of let people roll in. I know it's pretty early on a Saturday for most people, so the first hour or so of this we will just open. Actually, this music is distracting me. Yeah. Hope everyone's having a good weekend. So you see to the left we have our table of contents. Uh just the things that we'll be going over today. And again, we're gonna wait about an hour deep before we get moving on the topics. So just chill. Just chill till then, all right? It's not gonna be like an over technical kind of live stream. Um I am gearing it more towards like either newbies or I guess people who are who are not grasping perspective in general. That's who I'm aiming this live stream to. So anyway, we're just gonna sketch a little bit and wait for people to roll in, all right? Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, you know what? To be fair, if you've hung out on the previous live streams where I've answered individual questions about perspective, ultimately I've gone over all this. Hold on, let me turn off this music. It's very distracting. I've gone over all this stuff before. I've just kind of organized my thoughts. Yeah. So, oh, it's gonna bleed through. Oh, probably will bleed through. No, this will be fun though. Um, yeah, look how organized I am. This is probably like the most organized I've ever been for any live stream, right? It was fascinating because when I was planning this out, uh, like if there is any if there is a subject that I do excel in, you know, compared to like other subjects, like perspective is definitely one that I'm pretty confident in. But in preparations for this stream, I went in and like did a bunch of refreshers for myself, and then I just realized I'm just like I haven't looked at this stuff in so long, and it's so like burned into my brain, all these different things. So, but no, despite it being like melted into my brain, it was good to kind of go back and relook at my old notes for stuff. Are we bleeding through? We are. Okay. Justice, what's going on? Hope everyone's doing well. We're just gonna have open chat for the first like for the first like hour or 30 minutes. Well, I guess for the first next 30 to 40 minutes, we're just gonna have like a little bit of an open chat. I know it's early on Saturday, so I kind of want to let the stream go for a little bit, and then when people come in, you guys can see the table of contents over to the left. We'll start moving downwards into like the actual technical stuff, you know. But yeah, if you guys, yeah. So what's everyone up to this weekend? And if you have any questions, because this is the perspective stream that people have been asking me to do for like years. Dude, you should just do a tutorial and fucking you should release a video or a Gumroad. And I'm just like, you know what? It'd be easier if I just live stream it, and that way I can just answer questions. Because if I release a perspective video, There's just gonna be a bunch of questions in the comment section that I can't answer. Hey, what's going on? My forearms are like your air. Is that new? Is that new lingo that I don't know. I'm good. I got some I got some sleep yesterday, which is good. I'd stayed up for like 2 days straight. I finally caught up on all my commission work, and then prepping for this stream. Yeah, but I did get some sleep last night, which felt amazing. Oh, I feel great. Oh, it's ALR. My bad. I couldn't see that. Doing good. Got chores to do. You're gonna lurk. Personally, been doing brainstorming or desert terrain or wargaming. Yeah. By the way, recording. I am recording the stream, and then I'll edit out like this first section of the open chat. I'll edit that out and like I'll upload it to YouTube as like a proper, cleaned up, edited 4K video. You know. So if you have to go or whatever, just appreciate the lurk. But don't worry, everything will be available. Yeah, I recently did like a system upgrade on my computer because before I used to want to stream and record, but my system it would like freeze up and couldn't do it. Which really sucked, which is one of the reasons like we're looking a little sharper now, which I'm happy with. But also now I could actually just record the streams and then re-upload them instead of having to stream them and then download them in like a lower quality, you know? Like that's one thing that made me really happy. So I'm just like, oh yes, I have access to like clean versions of all my future streams. I love these pens. Just fucking ooh. uh Colorista sent me a pack of these pens. I think they're supposed to be watercolor pens. Not gonna lie. These are better than the Artesa pens that Artesa sent me. Hmm. Yeah. I do appreciate everyone for coming through. I know my live stream schedule has never been consistent, but I think I only have like 2 conventions left for the year. Like I think I have like 2 confirmed conventions and I think I have 2 waiting for me. So I'm pretty open this year. And then like the moment I finally caught up on all my commissions, I was just like, yeah, let's get back on Twitch. So I was like, yeah, let's have a perspective live stream. Anyway, tempted to just get started, but I told everybody we'd start at 10, which means half an hour from now. And I kind of don't want to wait half an hour. I kind of just want to get started. But we'll wait. Yeah. What matters is that you still stream. Yeah, you know. first world problems. Life could be worse, you know. Yeah, my last couple of weeks, I was supposed to be at certain conventions, but through travel issues, I couldn't go to them. It actually worked out. So I like last week. Oh, what was it? Yeah, last weekend I was supposed to be in Portland for Rose City Comic Con, and there's this part of me, like this gut feeling. I've been doing conventions for so long that like I kind of have a sixth sense for this stuff. So it's like in my head, I was like, this feels like this con's not going to be good. But then I was like forcing myself to like get ready to go to it, and then find out because I was going to drive there. It's like a 10-hour drive for me. Um, I was gonna drive there, but then I saw this big old tear in the sidewall of my tire, and I was just like, "Fuck, I can't go." Yeah. How was Rose? Now that time has passed, I've asked some of my friends um who went, and they're just like, "Let me get home first, and I'll let you know how it went." And so I'm trying to retouch base with people who went. Rose was always good pre-COVID. I've only been there one time post-COVID, and it was really bad. So I need to, yeah. But anyway, I actually was gonna force myself to go to that convention, and the only reason I didn't was because I found like the day I was gonna leave, I found out like a big tear in the sidewall of my front driver's side tire, and I was like, "Fuck, man." Um, so I just had to go get that repaired. They didn't have the tire. I'm very specific with my tires. I don't like to just slap the cheapest ones on there. I'm a Kumo kind of guy. But the place by me just didn't have the tires in stock. So I was just like, all right, whatever. I'm just not gonna go this weekend. Anyway, it was good. You were lacking panel stuff. Artist Alley was the point of the con. Honestly, if I had to choose between doing Rose City Comic Con or Kumori Con, I'd rather do Kumori, but I have never, in my 10 years of doing conventions, have ever got accepted to Kumori Con. What a bunch of what a bunch of asses. Dude, don't get me started. Yeah, it's been 10 years. My first convention was in 2014. My first convention was in Fresno, California in 2014. It was a small convention in a shopping mall, and my friend was the one who was running the event, and that's how I was able to get a table. And for those who don't know, that's like how I got started. My buddy was running a convention. He still runs it now. But I did one in 2014, and then no, yeah, two in 2014 or one, yeah, one in the summer of 2014, one in the fall of 2014, and then like the second half of 2015, I did like 10 or something, and then 16, I did like 30, and then 2017, I did like 34 or some shit like that, yeah, something like that. It's crazy, yeah. Welcome everybody to the soft opening. Whoops, spitting everywhere. I'm always spitting. No, welcome to the soft start of the Perspective Livestream. Um, you can see the table of contents on the left. We're just going to open with about an hour of kind of open mic, open chat, just kind of get the stream warmed up. But then you could see the topics that we'll be going over. So open chat, the universe, which is just like it's just something I want to talk about when it comes to perspective, um, and then simplifying uh, uh, how you view perspective and use it, because I think a lot of people overcomplicate it, especially if you try and if you don't like. We'll go into it later, but yeah. After that, we're gonna talk about boxes, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, not 4 point. I don't like 4 point. Find it pointless. Find it useless. 1, 2, 3, 5, and then 5 and 6 are pretty similar, but we'll go over all that. Then I'll show you how to draw anything in any perspective. And then because it's such an important topic, I'll show you how I like to shift and draw humans in different perspectives. And then after that, we'll have another set of open chat, and then I'll just do whatever demos that you guys want me to do. I snowballed so hard with the conventions. Hey man, it was paying the bills. It was good. Like it I was getting the vlogs out of it, like I was paying my bills with it. I paid off my student loans with it. I got to travel, and young me, I was just like, all right, let's get on the road, let's travel, start flying. I went out of country and everything. So I was just, yeah, it was cool. But man, I'm old now. I can't do all that. uh last year of high school and in the system I'm doing, there's so much extra stuff that you have to do. Essays on subjects we picked, math, instead of just modeling, graffiti. Yeah, they're always gonna, no matter what field you go into, there's always gonna be stuff you don't want to do. That's just part of it. You could win like $200 million right now, and you're still gonna have to do stuff you don't want to do. You're gonna have to pay bills. You're gonna have to like talk to, you know what I mean? Like there's gonna be extra taxes. Like there's always gonna be. Doesn't matter whether you're in a job, you're looking for a job. It doesn't matter. There's always gonna be some shit you're gonna not want to do. You're gonna have to do. My bad. I bumped the mic, or I bumped the camera. Death and taxes. Red, what's going on? Yeah, we're just hanging out for a few minutes before we actually, like, before we start the actual stream. We're just in the open chat section right now. You know, I actually am not expecting a lot of people in this stream, which might be kind of nice, honestly, because like, yeah, it'll be cool to do the live demos, but honestly, I'm gonna record this and I want to get a YouTube video out of it. Um, so, yeah, hey, what's going on? Are you working right now, dude? I mean, like, I know you're working, but like, are you currently clocked in? I'm always clocked in. What you talking about? Nice. You're animating for a client now? Nice. 2D, nice. Is it like a personal project of theirs? Is it like they're going to use it for something commercial? Or is it like you're making an intro for like their YouTube videos or something? Malcolm, believe it or not, I actually have like a structure and a plan for today's live stream. Yeah. I like prepared today. I know, right? That's so responsible. um Welcome everyone. We're just in the open chat right now, but in a little bit we're actually going to get started with the actual stream. I just kind of wanted to hang out with everyone this morning, just kind of warm up the live stream seat, right? Short animations, and you assume for YouTube. Someone else is doing background, so at least a smaller workload. Oh, so you like part of an animation team? That's cool, dude. That's hella cool. Well, congrats on that. You do everything else. There's no I in team, but there's an I in win. All right, everyone. Give us a few more minutes and then we'll get started with the actual live stream. Tiago, what's going on? In the YouTube chat. I'm doing well. Anyway, you people in the YouTube chat, there is a bit of a delay between when you type when I see it. I think it's like a 5 or 10 second delay, so just keep that in mind if you're messaging me. I'm doing well. Today's gonna be fun. We get to talk about my favorite topic, drawing in perspective. Okay. By the way, everything that we draw today, all the demos that I do, and any notes that I take, anything that I put down on page today will be available in high resolution scans in my Infinity sketchbook, which is my digital sketchbook. Um, it's on my Gumroad. You know, not trying to plug stuff, but I'm tired of pretending like I don't want to plug stuff to you guys. So I'm just gonna start selling you everything that I think of. So the Infinity sketchbook is a single purchase access, and I upload new scans of my sketches or my artwork to it every week. And I don't really post a lot. A lot of the stuff I draw I don't put on social media, and you'll get high res versions of them. Not forever. That's why it's called the Infinity Sketchbook. Yeah. At least these clients pay up front. Ah, dude, you got to get your money up front. That's like going to the grocery store and telling them, I will give you $5 after I cook these eggs and I deem they're worthy. Can't do that. All right. So we're going to. So let me get everything ready because we're just going to go ahead and get started with the actual part, like the actual like meat of the live stream, which is going to be going over perspective. So give me a second to get all my stuff organized here. Okay. All right, welcome to the perspective live stream. Okay. So before we get into like the technical part of this, there's just like a topic in regards to the way I see perspective. Um, I'm pretty sure I'm not the person who like thought of this. All I know is like I came up with it in my own head. So it's really easy to just kind of get fixated on like the technical part of using perspective to to do your drawings, right? Like you can just go to Google and get like a PNG of a grid and just put it on a layer in Photoshop, drop the opacity, and then like just sketch over it. You're not really thinking about what you're doing. All right. So, by the way, uh, I will have timestamps available in the YouTube version of this video. So, if this kind of stuff doesn't interest you and you just want to get to the grids, the technical stuff, feel free and skip ahead. So, best way to describe this, the way I see everything, and the reason this chapter I'm titling this chapter "The Universe" is because like um, the way I think about perspective, it's not so much mechanical anymore as years go on. I think of it like we're in a big sphere, okay? And that's why when you get to 6 point perspective, and again, I'm kind of getting ahead of myself, you know, we'll gradually move from 1 to 2 to 3 to 5 to 6, and I'll explain this more later, but I kind of want to lay this out first. Um, and if this stuff is going to go over your head right now, just don't worry, we'll get into it. the way I imagine just like the universe, or when I look at when I visualize like perspective lines, you know, like in the Matrix when Neo could see the numbers. You know, nobody else could see them, but they are there. That's that's how I visualize everything when I'm drawing. Um I knew getting into this subject was going to be really hard to describe, and I've tried writing it down in a coherent way, but I just fucking can't. So, okay. So take this plane right here, okay? This right here, let's say that is like that is the thing that you're going to be drawing. That right there is your piece of artwork. That's your page, that's your paper, right? This one vanishing point right here, which would appear on your page right here, right? When you look into it, you would see the lines coming from that vanishing point like that. I swear to God, I have a script written for the rest of this stuff. This is this universe thing is like a last minute thing I wanted to include. I straight up almost didn't want to talk about it because I knew I'd have a hard time describing it. But I swear to God, I'm not crazy. Like if you think of it like this, it everything just makes so much more sense. It's so much easier to lay everything out, right? Instead of just like copy pasting shit onto a page. You know what I mean? Um, does this concept make any sense to anybody right now? Maybe we'll revisit it afterwards and then it'll make sense to you after. Because let's say you start working, let's say instead this is your plane, your page. And these 2 points right here, that's your 2 point perspective. Okay? So Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, I love you all. I'm gonna walk back on this portion of the stream. This portion that I added to the itinerary like 30 minutes ago. I think this might be a little too much for you guys right now because I can't articulate. Before we move on to the actual part of the actual stream, does this make sense to anybody? Does anyone like grasp this? Does this make any sense to you guys? Okay. You do good. 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 Thank you. Yeah. because I've tried to describe it to some people and they just like, I don't know what you're talking about. Just copy paste this. Just copy paste the grid. Anyway, um, when you're talking about the the multiple vanishing points, it's basically how yeah, but I mean like yeah, no, I'm talking about like when you're laying out like an entire cityscape. Like this applies to like everything where it's just like um where it's just when you're trying to determine like are you gonna use one like if you're gonna use 1, 2, 3 point perspective, it's just how many of these vanishing points on this like sphere are you allowing into your canvas is basically or how many of them are you allowing to affect your canvas is basically what you're doing. I just think sometimes there's like a big disconnect between like people think 1 point, okay, well 2 point that must be harder because it's something different, and then 3 point, well that must be much harder because three is bigger than two, and that's then there's a disconnect there, and then people are like, oh, 5 point is that fisheye shit, and it's really complicated. It's so disconnected, but they're all the same thing, and they all come from the same source. It's just your working space, your workspace, your canvas, how much of these vanishing points on the sphere of like the universe are you allowing to, show up in your piece? But they all come from the same thing. Anyway, I just needed to talk about that because it, because I don't get to talk about this topic with a lot of people because people look at me like I'm crazy. But that's what it is. And again, we will swing back around to this once we go over the the other perspective topics. So just keep that in mind, okay? Uh Big Bang, okay, boom. You kind of get it. Okay. Um okay. Okay. Well, we'll go over all this other stuff, technical stuff, and then we'll swing back around to it. I honestly was really close to not including that portion because I was just like, that's a little too advanced. And even if you try to explain this to somebody who's more experienced than me in like technical art, and they'd still be like, what the fuck are you talking about? So anyway, thank you for indulging me. I don't get to talk about this topic a lot. And I was like, well, if I'm gonna have a perspective live stream, I'm gonna talk about it. All right. Now we can get into um the more traditional topics when it comes to perspective, okay? And I promise we will go into the grids in a second. So um when you're setting up your scene, just go ahead and use a pencil because excuse me. Okay, let's say uh okay, so you know how earlier I was talking about you could just go to Google, get a PNG of like X point perspective grid, put it on a layer, drop the opacity, and just sketch over it and not really think twice about it, right? You're not thinking about how it's affecting the way the drawing looks. Composition is an entirely different topic, and that's its own video. But the most practical way to think about it is it's just a camera lens. A lot of people like to refer to it as your eyesight. I prefer camera lens because I mean, uh, you want to get like a really high up, weird angle, dynamic placement for for your camera, you can't really do that unless you could fly as a person, and that doesn't make sense. So uh, I'll give you an example here. Okay. Let's say you have a subject, right? Basically, you're drawing uh, the angles that you're picking. You just have to imagine you're just setting up a camera. I'm really into photography and movies, so like if you were to set one camera right in front, straightforward shot, pretty simple, right? You can also get kind of you can get like more wild with it, and that's where like the dynamic angles come into play. And this is just another one of those like um conceptual things where if you can imagine it more like a camera that you're placing in different spots to try to get different angles, uh I think it's to just easier to set up a shot, a scene. More or less like that. Okay. So I think like when I'm thumbnailing for an idea, I always just think of it like a camera. All right. And I think I bring up these topics because if you go into like the comment section of like tutorial videos, there's always this huge disconnect with people where it's like they think of it more as it's like a math problem rather than trying to apply it to real life, you know? Even that thing we talked about earlier about the universe. I mean, that is closer to applying perspective into our real life than just like here's a math equation, get a graph paper, and then let's just get drawing, fill in these boxes. Yeah. So I just want to get rid of that kind of oh, you had this topic in art school. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I didn't get to go to art school. The only thing they don't teach you guys is the business, right? It's okay. I'm not good at the business either. Yeah. Anyway, so for example, if you're setting up a composition, um, let's say make this a little more complicated. This person's sitting on the table, and let's say there's like a bottle right here, and there's like a cup right here. There's like a bowl right here. if you were a photographer and you wanted to do something fun with that shot, you could always take your camera. Oh, this color's too dark. Like if you were a photographer, you could sit your camera like right here. Okay. And what that would look like, now you've added stuff to like your foreground, right? Whoops, that's an ugly bottle. It's a little bit more interesting to look at. Anyway, not gonna deep dive into like composition. It's just the idea that thing that you're drawing takes place inside of the the area that a camera could see. And I think if you think of it like that, it's a lot easier to like imagine like um you know how when you're working in certain parts of the perspective, if certain parts go, for example, above the horizon line, they'll be visible in a certain way. If they go below the horizon line, they'll be visible in a different way. And if if technical things like that kind of throw you off, if you think of it more in like a real life way like this, it's just so much easier. Yeah. So anyway, okay. Now that the universe and the conceptual parts are done with, we can move on. Okay. This is the this is the technical stuff. This is oh wait no okay. So last thing before we get, I swear to God, one last thing before we get into the grids. I swear to God, boxes. You as an artist should be able to rotate a box in free space. That's like the bottom floor minimum that you should be able to do as an artist. Because like everything is a box. Everything can be a box. And if you could rotate an empty box, um, then you should be able to rotate stuff that you put inside of a box. And the reason that's important is because when you're inserting stuff into a perspective grid, usually you're doing that through boxes. So here, what's an object that we all know how to draw? Let's go like a little water bottle. I have a water bottle in front of me. Okay. That's what it looks like straight on the box. You tilted the box a little bit, get it like that. And you kind of flick it around more. You can get it looking maybe like that, right? Or any other any other combination, right? Uh, so if you can rotate the box, there's no reason you can't rotate the box with something inside of it. funny story. Um, we've done a lot of like study live streams, right? We've done a lot of practice live streams here. You've been to like the comment sections of tutorial videos. Anytime you go into some like more complex angles of anything, um, you'll see a lot of people complain like, "Oh, that's just it's too hard," you know, like uh, well, I this would be the most common issue is let's say you go at an angle that requires you to draw a person from a slight upshot, right? Where the box of that person maybe looks a bit like that. And you have to get them from some kind of underneath shot. And they're just like, oh, I can't do this. This perspective is so hard. Usually, what they mean is they don't know how to draw that particular object in that particular angle. And it's not a perspective issue. It's more like a knowledge issue. It's like a visual library issue, you know? Anyway, I just think that's kind of funny when people kind of blame the wrong thing uh for their problems. Like, oh man, I tried to draw in like 3 point perspective, and I tried to set I tried to set the camera. I tried to set it low so that we have an undershot of the person, but man, I can't draw the person in that angle. That perspective is hard. It's not the perspective. It's the like you can't draw that person. You know, like if you let's say you don't draw cars at all, you don't know how to do vehicles, and then you choose a perspective that has you drawing it. Let's say a 2 point perspective, right? It's simple like a 2 point perspective, and you're just like, all right, I'm gonna draw this vehicle right here, right? But you've never drawn a car before. You have no idea what anything goes anywhere, right? And it's giving you a hard time. And your conclusion is, oh, I guess that perspective is too hard. No, it's the it's the subject matter. And yeah, anyway, uh if you find yourself saying stuff like that, think about it a little bit, because it could just be as simple as like maybe you need to practice that subject a little bit more. We have a whole section here that we're going to do where we talk about humans, how to draw humans, and I utilize the Loomis 8-head method for that. So anyway, the reason why boxes are important is because of this. You insert objects into perspective grids through boxes, and if you can't draw them, if you can't visualize an item spinning around, you're not going to be able to put them into your perspective grid for your particular art piece well. Okay, so uh, boxes are important, and we'll come back to it after we go over the grids, because it'll be like easier to show you if we have existing grids in front of us. You know, I've been practicing perspective for so long that like I thought it'd be really easy to explain. It's a lot of stuff. Okay. Excuse me. So 1 point is easy work. 1 point is like the go-to, the easy shot to like it's good at like showing depth because there's one vanishing point. So it's basically the closer it is to the vanishing point, the further it is, the smaller it is, and that's it. That's that. My dog is chewing on one of my empty Copic cases. 1 point is easy work. So when I thumbnail, I like to, like, let's say, for example, this is the page that you will be working on. When I thumbnail, I like to go off the pages a little bit. So when you're talking about, like, we'll set the horizon line. The horizon line is basically, the horizon line is you know how we were talking about camera earlier. What is this? Is that a camera? Yeah. It's basically the like the eye line or the vantage point of where the camera is looking. Um, Sometimes, like, often people think of it as like the separation between like sky and ground, but that's actually, that's not that's not like what it is. You can use the horizon line to separate the sky from the ground, and so like this. You can use a horizon line to do that, but that's not what it is. You can use it for that, but that's not what it is. A horizon line, you could have a camera pointing smack down at the ground, and the horizon line's right here. You know what I mean? And it's just like, here's your feet. Okay. Um, okay. So just as a heads up, right now, this is a lot. This whole stream is way messier than I thought it was gonna be. I'm still gonna, I'll upload it, but I'll just shoot a different version of it, or like we're just like a proper YouTube video. Okay, so uh, so go ahead if you guys have any questions as we're going. I'll start answering them because this is really sloppy. So, but we'll finish it. We'll finish these topics. Um, Sweet. Now all the pressure's off. All right. So from 1 point perspective, you have your horizon line. We're just gonna set it in the middle for the sake of demonstration right now, right? And that would be the eye line, or like the vantage point of our camera. I need to learn how to make a camera. Okay. Um, Now you can set your vanishing point, which is like the farthest point in the drawing, or in the image. It doesn't matter where it is; it just has to be on your horizon line. Um, and one of the reasons I like to kind of go off like this right here would be like the page or the canvas that I'm working on. And the reason I like to kind of go outside of it is because you could put your vanishing point off the page and get some really interesting uh, angles. Like, that's how you would get like the sides of buildings and stuff. But for this, we're just gonna put it smack in the middle. Okay, just for this demo. I imagine that most of you already know this stuff, which is why I'm gonna speed run it. You have your working area, your horizon line, which is your camera, and then the vanishing point, which is the furthest spot back. 1 point, you have one vanishing point. Some people like to draw their boxes and then have the corners of their boxes go back into their vanishing point. That sounds crazy to me. I much prefer to do my grid lines first on everything, not just one, all the way to 6. fine. Okay. Um, so wherever it is you want to place your box in this grid, you just have to remember and imagine that things that are like as they're coming closer to you, they're gonna look bigger, right? So another way you can like imagine it is like it's like that. As you get closer to the horizon line, the smaller things should get because they're gonna look like they're getting further away. Easy, easy stuff. Yeah. So you'll place your vertical. Right here to here, here to here. Easy work, right? And then you just do that however many times you need to until you get whatever it is you're doing. You're doing a cityscape. Uh, you could be like this could be the archway of like a room, right? And then there's like a bookshelf over here or something. Yeah. One point's kind of the like the safe bet, the easy way to do, or not easy, but like you can convey a lot of information. It's not too like distracting, like a 5 point. Things get all like a curvilinear perspective can get really distracting, and the perspective could take over the composition of the shot. But like a 1 point is really good because it's just like here's the stuff. That stuff's further. This stuff's closer. Here's an establishing shot. If you're doing like sequential work, just do like a 1 point establishing shot done. Easy, right? And honestly, that's all there is to it. And the whole thing we're talking about with the boxes, okay? Like if you a sofa, a sofa, okay? We're gonna draw a Simpsons. It's like a Simpsons ass sofa right here. My dog is whining. Why's my dog whining? Okay, got this Simpsons ass sofa right here, right? If we were gonna take, let's tilt this just a little bit, and just to the side. We're not gonna push it up. We're not gonna bring it down. Just gonna turn it to the side a little. Right? It's not that hard. Okay. You just have to be able to do that with everything. So let's take this right here. This box right here, because this is where we're gonna put the sofa. That's more or less the box that we've been given based on this perspective. Would you be able to draw that sofa in that box based on that perspective? Hopefully so. And if the answer is no, then you just need to go study some sofas. That's all it comes down to. Once you understand, and you do that with any object, you're like, oh, I can't draw this, I can't draw that, I don't know how to draw a lamp. Okay, well, you go study some lamps to the point where you can draw them in any angle, right? That's it. That's all it comes down to. So it would look right. Yeah, it's this easy work. It's all easy work. Yeah. Um, I was on, jeez, uh, during COVID, I was I was very active in um Clubhouse. Does anyone here remember Clubhouse? It was like an Apple only, and I didn't own any Apple products, so I actually went and got an iPad, like a like an idiot, um, because basically it's like a big audio chat room where people just like circle jerk each other. They talk about business and they talk about each other and trying to network. The point of it is to network. Okay, I was in some Clubhouse groups with artists, and all they talked about was like business, business, business. And the topic of perspective came up, and I was just so nonchalant about talking like, yeah, dude, it's like rotating boxes, this and that, this and that. And I brought up the idea. I was like, well, you should be able to rotate a chair, like you could do that, right? Everybody in the chat didn't know what I was talking about. So this is easy work to us, but I promise you, a lot of people who yeah, I know. It sounds like easy work to us, but I gotta bring up this kind of stuff because there's a lot of artists who, for whatever reason, don't know this stuff or won't take the time to learn this stuff. The most basic, bottom of the barrel things for visual artists, and they're not doing it. That's why I got to bring up this basic shit, right? So 1 point is easy work. Oh, okay. You know what? Here's something. Everything. Okay. So you have your horizon line, which doesn't always have to be in the middle. Put it here. You could put it here. Whatever. Um, everything that is placed above the horizon line is above the camera's eye line, which means you're going to see them from underneath. Everything. I'll draw something as like a demo. Yeah, well, we can talk about like line weight for things that are closer to you in a second. Um, uh, so anything above the horizon line, that's above the camera's eye line. So you'll be seeing things from underneath, right? And then if it's below, you're gonna be seeing it from on top, right? That's why you get that like cone right here because you're seeing this from underneath. That's why you can't see the top of the cube, and then this is below the horizon line. That's why you can't see the bottom of the box because you're seeing it from above, right? This just gets a little bit. This kind of stuff gets more important when you get into like 5-point curvilinear perspective, but like 5-point perspective, being able to recognize what is above and what's below, like your eye line, the camera line, is kind of important because you can get kind of confusing. Because there's by the time you get to like 6-point perspective, it's like spaghetti. It's fucking spaghetti perspective lines everywhere, right? So what Ivan said in regards to things that are closer to you, you can use thicker lines. Yeah, line weight is something you could definitely do. Um, this is not something you necessarily need to learn right now, especially if you're in the stages of just learning like the easy part of perspective. But like, you ever watch Yu-Gi-Oh? I know that you have. So let's say, and you've seen this a lot. Well, I guess you could see this a lot in anime. So like, uh, an easy way to make something appear closer to you is to have really thick line art or line weight to it. Um, and in that same sense, um, one of the reasons, I wasn't going to talk about this, but another thing you could do to make something seem far away, other than just like pushing it further back in the grid, again, this is like later if you're using like color, because all right, let's say that's going further back. You know that air is not completely clear. If you put enough air molecules in front of you, it starts to get like a haze. That's called atmospheric distortion. That's why your mountains all the way far away, like you kind of see them, but like not really, you know. So that's another thing you can do if you want to make something appear far away, other than just push it closer to the vanishing point. So anyway, simple stuff, right? Why is my dog whining? Hey, what you doing? Hold on. Lay down. Yo, what's going on? Trying to keep my papers organized here. So I again, I mean, this is very simple stuff, and I'm assuming, I always assume that people know that, the 1-point perspective at least. But is there anybody here who doesn't know how to do any of this stuff? We don't have too many people here right now, but like I mentioned, when I was in that clubhouse chat, a lot of people didn't know how to do the basic shit. It's fascinating to me. 2 point is just more of the same. Honestly, it's like you're just taking. Ugh, anyway, so we'll probably fly through 2 and 3 really quick. Okay. For you said for a lot of people, basic. I assume you mean shape exercise seems to be like homework. Yeah, but it's weird because like it, that's like if you want to be good at basketball, but you're just like I ain't throwing a ball though. I want to get good at basketball, but I'm not gonna throw this damn ball. That's what it seems like to me. You know, like anyway, not gonna judge anyone. I'm done. I've already judged enough people. No, okay. So we're getting to 2 point. All right, 2 point. It's the same thing. You have your horizon line, and then so the fun thing about uh 2 point, like if you look at a photograph, that's 2 point perspective, and like you try and chase the the lines. Like for example, let's say you had a photograph, and there was just like it's like a street or whatever, right? Like you went traveling, you took a picture of like a street or something, and you try and chase the lines of the in there to try and find the vanishing points. A lot of the times, the vanishing points are like way off the page, which is one of the reasons, like I mentioned earlier, when I'm thumbnailing, I like to zoom out really far because like if I like to zoom out really far and give myself thumbnailing space and plot space outside of the work area. So for example, if if I'm thumbnailing and and or if I'm plotting out a drawing and I'm not thinking about the outsides here and I'm just like, all right, cool, edge to edge, right? I I feel like it'd be really easy to feel like you're forced to put your vanishing points somewhere in the shot. Okay. By the way, you want these guys like far from each other. You don't want them like you don't want them like that because then shit looks weird. Um, I feel like if you do it this way, where you don't give yourself that extra space outside of the work area, you could feel very forced to put like your vanishing points in the shot. You're gonna feel like you're forced to do things versus if you zoom out and give yourself more work room. Plus, you could argue that it probably looks more natural too, because a lot of photography vanishing points are off the page. It's actually like a 3 point. It's like necessary that that third point's off the page. Well, actually, all three of them, but at least that third one, and we'll get to the 3 point. Okay, so my opinion, when you're thumbnailing, when you're getting something ready, zoom out far. Imagine the world goes beyond the page that you're working on. That helps me, because you know me, I'm like when I do um cityscape stuff, when I'm sketching like full scenes, uh I do like to imagine it like I took a picture uh while I was walking around in this big old city, and I just took a little chunk of that with me, but the rest of that stuff is still there on the outside. Anyway, keep your vanishing points far from each other. They can be off the page, or they can be off the page, they could be on your working area. But for a more natural look, you kind of just want to keep them a little farther away from each other. Whoops. Got a straight edge. Still missed. Again, I prefer to draw the grid first. Some people like to draw their boxes first and then the grid around it. Psychopaths. And there's a portion of this stream where we're going to talk about different exercises that you can do to get better at perspective. But this is like this is the stuff that you just gotta. Oh, damn, I missed the game. Ignore that. Ignore me missing the vanishing point. All right. Like a market, a blockbuster. And honestly, that's all it is. Same rules apply. Everything above the horizon line. So, for example, something like that, like a spaceship or something that's in the sky, you'd see it from underneath. Right? Ooh. Go lay down. And you are still using vertical lines here. Like with 1 point perspective, you're using verticals and horizontals, and then the only, I guess, angled lines came from the perspective, right? Perspective grid. Um, Here you're relying on your vertical lines to like set where you want to. Like you're determining where the vertical lines go, and then everything else adheres to the 2 points. And again, just set your 2 vanishing points somewhere on the horizon line. Try not to make them try not to put them too close to each other. Looks a little unnatural and it'll look kind of weird. But I mean, you could do whatever you want. Makes you think of ships in Star Wars flying into the camera. Yeah. It would just be like saw a documentary about you don't know what anymore where a professional talked about ancient Egyptian architecture and the ancient building were architecturally accurate. Later buildings were good for the eyes but not correct. Right. So we have gotten past the open chat. You guys indulged me on my spiel about perspective and the universe. um we've talked about turning things like your field of view. You have to just imagine it from a camera. We've talked about boxes and how everything is a box, and we will revisit that. We've talked about 1 and 2 point perspective. Okay, so now we're gonna go into 3 point perspective, which is where things get really fun, things get really wild. Okay, but first I gotta take my dog to the bathroom or something because she's whining. All right, so good for the eyes, but not correct. That they don't build with vanishing points anymore. That's interesting. I would be fascinated to listen or read more about that if you can remember. I know you said you can't remember, but anyway, if you somehow can remember, I'd be fascinated into reading more of that. All right, so we got the we got the easy stuff out of the way, the 1 and 2. Now we can get into the fun stuff. 3, I don't like 4 point perspective. 4 point perspective is just like a panoramic shot. But we could talk about 4 and how it relates to my structure of the universe sphere, right? So I'm gonna take the dog out. I'll be right back. All right. I can't remember if I disabled this button here. If it works, then it'll play an ad for you guys. So BRB. Yeah, my dog just was hungry and needed to go out. So I took her out real quick and then fed her again. We're good now. So hopefully she's still staring at me, but hopefully she'll just lay down and go to sleep. All right. So everything all been pretty easy, right? Um whoops. That's not it. We're going to did I mess that up? I messed it up. So we're gonna go to 3 point right now. And again, like going from 1 to 2 to 3, they all everything comes from the same place. Like they're not magically like it, they're not magically disconnected. Everything comes from the same like source. You're just allowing more uh vanishing points to influence your drawing. Here. Here. We started this stream very formal. Fuck all that. All right. I'll reshoot this shit for YouTube later. Yo, what's up? Okay, so I'm gonna go into 3 point. Okay, this is, I think, like universally, I think this is the one that would apply to the most compositions. I think this is the one you could be the most creative with without it overtaking your drawing because like uh once you go to like a 5 point, especially like you go get all curvilinear, the perspective could actually drown out the drawing. And I know because I used to sell original concept work where nothing was happening in the drawings, but I did them in like a 5, unknowingly 6 point at the time for some of them, and a lot of people bought them just because they're interesting to look at. Okay, I think 3 point is like that sweet middle spot where you can get very dynamic shots, but not to the point where it like blurs out the subject matter of what you're drawing. Feel me? So again, you got your working area here. That would be your paper or your canvas. Always like to work a little bit. Is 5 point, 6 point the same? No, they're not the same. Uh, I mean, I kind of went over it earlier, my diagram of the universe, but we'll go back to that in a few minutes, okay? So, and when we get to 5 and 6, I'll show you, and it'll be really easy to. Okay, good. Wait, did they explain the universe to you though? Now, so we're talking about 3. It's all kind of the same thing. Got your horizon line, and then you get your 2 points. We'll set the points on the page for this one, okay? Here and here, 1 and your 2. All right. So your third one will be somewhere above or below the horizon line. Um, generally it's like right in the center of your 2 points on the horizon line, so it would be like down here. Um, you want usually you want this to be like off the page, and oh, we can get back to my diagram of the universe when I explain this. Generally, you want it off the page, which is another reason why you thumbnail with extra space, right? Because we won't do a curvilinear look to this, but um, okay, so uh, these behave the same. Your points on the horizon line behave the same when you're constructing your grid. But yeah, that thing you had mentioned earlier about the isn't 5 and 6 the same because of that center point. Like I used to um have issues understanding that, um and I used to not know the difference between the two, but then yeah, anyway, I also used to have that issue. So you want your third point to be far away, and you want it usually off the page. For this reason, we're going with linear perspective because if it were curvilinear, this thing would start like bowing like that. You know what I mean? So we're just gonna ignore that for now. So this side will add here, that line, right? Whoops. Anyway. So if you okay here to bring my sketch of the universe back. If you were to have this on the page, okay, then you have your two on the horizon line, and then this third one. If you were to move this onto your canvas, like right here, that's essentially like looking at like the edge of like the universe. You know what I mean? And then if you were to bring that third point, let's say your horizon line's like right here near the top, right? You got your two vanishing points on there, and you were going to bring this third one. This is a different color. If you did bring that third one like far into the middle of the page, and it would just do this, right? And you're seeing like the bottom of the universe. I know I'm making that universe joke. It's getting old, but like you're seeing one of these points right there. That's straight up just like 1 point perspective, you know? Like that's all that is. Um yeah, I don't really know how any other way to explain it. It took me forever to figure out why, like why this doesn't work or why it looks unnatural, because in real life you kind of don't see that. Um so anyway, that's why you keep that off your canvas, your third point off your canvas. Everything else is the same though, from the one and the twos that we've been talking about. Let me clean up my workstation a bit. Yeah, yeah, that's exactly what it is. Because I mean, we're gonna get into. I mean, we're done with three. Three is just two with extra steps, but we'll get into five right now. And then we can do five and six at the same time. If that's But it sounds like you got it already. But I promise there's gonna be other people who don't have it, so we're gonna go over it for them. All right. We'll use green. All right. So we'll head on over to 5 point. There we go. I knew I messed that up. So referencing my reference my diagram of all life right here. So you have your general horizon line, right? This is why I say all perspective just comes from the same source. You have your horizon line, and then you have your vanishing points at their farthest possible spots. You know, infinity left, infinity right. Right. 1 2 point perspective. Then what we just talked about, your third point will take place somewhere above or below uh your horizon line. Okay. So when you're talking 5 point perspective, a lot of people when they do their graph, like the grid, will show you that it's they'll be like, okay, so you have your centerpiece here, and they'll have you hold on. I'm getting ahead of myself. So okay, let's do five first, and then we'll go into six because I think I'm skipping a step that will make this clearer. Okay, so let's say this is your working area. This is your paper that you're working on. Okay, this is just setting up the 5 point grid. Really easy. Um, you you have preferably actually your points will be off the page. Okay, and then you have your center point. It doesn't actually have to be in the center of the page. You could have it down here. It's however you want to set your composition. Okay. Um, this is where you get into like that curvilinear look. One of the easiest ways to kind of, because like you want to try and get that to curve into that, like this, and then just gets more distorted as you go out. Okay. One of the easiest ways to kind of get a cleaner setup if you don't have a tool on you to make the curve is I like to. You could either use graph paper or you could just make little notches and just try to make them eyeball equal distance, right? This is just to help you make cleaner grid lines. Where you could be like, all right, well, this top one, we'll touch to one. All right, take a break, go here. And then like you could put a bunch of them if you want to make like a bunch of lines. So I want to reiterate, these aren't really that important. These are just like to help you eyeball making cleaner lines. Cause like, what if you're like, like you can't, like you suck at like making curves, right? Then that's going to ruin the look of your whole perspective just because you suck at making curves. You know, so you can make little notches to kind of help guide you, right? So you want to connect your top and your bottom, your left and your right. Okay, so it's based on a sphere. Preferably, you don't want to see the edges of the sphere, right? Because what is that, right? Um, that's why if you're going for like an artificial camera look, like a super wide lens, you just fill in, or like if you've seen photography where you could see like the edges of the sphere, it's always just black. Okay. But preferably when you're setting up your 5-point shot, you want all of these so far off your working canvas that you don't catch the edge of the sphere, right? Because in real life, the universe, you can't see outside there. You can't, like, you'd have to like step foot outside to do that. You just can't. Uh because once you get to the edges up here, things get so distorted. Shit gets so crazy out there. You know what I mean? Like it's by the time you get to right here, like if you're drawing something, like even if you're just drawing a cube, right? I think it takes a little turn here. All right, let's push it closer to the edge. All right, starting to kind of whatever. By the time you get here, you can't even like see anything. Yeah. If you can, you're basically, yeah. Anyway, that's why you have your points off the page. And I skipped a step here before I start drawing the boxes. A lot of tutorials you'll see online when they show you how to construct the 5-point perspective grid will have you have your wherever it is, your vertical and your horizontal, again, doesn't have to be the exact center of the page. We're just doing that for the sake of the example. You know, it's treated just like any other vanishing point where it just has infinite, well, not infinite, eventually it runs out, um directions, and then you build on that, right? So still in 5-point. Well, that's very messy looking. Hopefully you can read it. The easiest way to think about it, again, we're going back to the sphere. When you look at the 1-point perspective and you have your boxes, it's really easy to like visualize the box. But you know, when you come to something more curved like this, you're just like, oh shit, how do I determine like where this may call what I've seen a tutorial where people draw what you just did and then they place a small canvas in one place of the globe there and use that frame for their composition perspective. Does that make sense? I I don't I don't understand what I just read. Hold up, let me reread that. I've seen a tutorial where people draw what I just did, this the generic 5-point grid, and then they place a small canvas in one place of the globe there. Okay. Well, my point is, it's when you're working in like a 1-point, it's really easy to like, oh, here's a hold on, just draw a rectangle anywhere. Use that as a new canvas. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, I think I get what you're saying. I mean, okay, that works. I um so like if you are trying to figure out how to make your box, right? In your 5-point grid, you basically have to think about cutting a slice out of like a circle, out of a sphere, right? You cut that slice out of there. I mean, I don't think that I fully understand what you're describing. Um Maybe their video makes more sense. But also, I mean, I'm reading it. I'm sure if you were like able to talk and tell me about it verbally, it'd make more sense, you know? So, but anyway, uh yeah, that's it. That's 5-point perspective. Like everything follows the same general rules of like uh of any other perspective grid that you're working on. You know, you have these lines coming off the center, you use that. Okay. Again, if it's above the horizon line, you're seeing stuff from underneath. So that would be like that. The further to the edge you get, the more distorted it's going to be. That's why, like, in real life, um, things will only look like slightly bent on the edges because what we see, or even like a camera, unless you have a camera specifically to uh be like a complete bowl, there's only like slight distortions on the close to the edges. Okay, so that would, I think pushing it too far is fun to look at. It's fun to look at, um, but that doesn't happen in real life. So anyway, that's kind of it with the 5 point. You know, everything underneath the horizon line again. Whoops. You see it from above. You're just seeing like that. Okay. I'm gonna redraw that grid and then draw a couple boxes in there. We did have a chat about knowing how to rotate any object in free space and know how to draw things in different angles in order to fully utilize perspective. Because I have seen, and I've been streaming for a long time. I've been doing conventions for like 10 years. I've seen a lot of artwork where clearly they just took like a 5 point perspective grid um for their background, you know, free transformed it a bit, adjusted, and then traced over it. But none of their characters adhere to the perspective. It's just like, it's just like you just like have their person, right? And then back's like, whoa, right? And I get if it's just a poster, I get it, right? But like, yeah, because they're really close to the camera, they would be like, yeah. Again, if it's for like a poster, I get it because like a poster is just supposed to be something pretty to look at. But if this was fully in perspective, they would be like, you know what I mean? They'd be like that. uh, yeah. Anyway, yeah. 5 points, nothing crazy. I think as time goes on, people have become more used to it. They use it a lot in anime nowadays. Well, that's good, especially like if you're doing like an in between, and like imagine like doing a squash and stretch, and everything is in like a really like in curvilinear, like really wide camera angle. You know what I mean? Like so cool, um, so visually pleasing, right? Anyway, so we're gonna do another 5 point just to hammer it in because when we talk about 6 point, we just kind of need this to make sense first. Um, so I used to make like original artwork to sell at like markets and conventions, and that's when I was really getting into learning how to do things in like curvilinear perspective, and then I really abused the shit out of 5 point because at the time you wouldn't see a lot of that in like the artist alleys or the night markets, and so I was doing a thing where I would take very boring slice of life things, but then draw them in like a very like aggressive um angle in 5 point and 6 point perspective, and people would just like they just enjoyed looking at it. It would just be like somebody sitting in a car, two guys sitting in a car, but because of the angle I chose, it was like levels more interesting to look at. Oh yeah, that one with the 240Z in it. Yeah, that was fun. They're putting a Skyline engine into it. Yeah. Anyway, so like let's see what the grid and the results would look like if we, like I said, you don't want the edges here. You actually want to just be kind of somewhere in this range here. Okay. So like there's your working area. We're gonna set the horizon line maybe a little lower in the shot. Okay. And we'll set our vanishing points like all the way over here. And then instead of having it dead center, let's shift it to the left a little bit. That's a lot of it. My bad. Okay. I have not watched that video yet. I know of it. I haven't watched it yet though. Okay. Oop, sorry. Yeah, so I'm just gonna kind of eyeball this. All right. So that's our working area in there. Okay, so you can ignore all that stuff. Another reason why when thumbnailing, I say you should zoom out pretty far on your thumbnail and give yourself extra space because now you can, gives you a little bit more freedom. If you're only working with the page and you didn't give yourself like the outside area, I feel like that can kind of affect where you're going to put your vanishing points, right? So now we have this here. What can we do with all this? Whoops. Hold on. So we're still in 5. Once we do this example, we'll go into 6. 6 is actually really simple. It's just ooh, I burped right into the mic. My bad. So it would be just a slight distortion. Because if you were to have this, even any if you were to have the vanishing points even just a little bit closer, right? Oops. Then your buildings will start doing this. I mean, that's kind of cool, right? That's like fun to look at. But that's just not you draw Spider-Man fighting. This composition is where you draw Spider-Man fighting Doctor Octopus, just like yeah. Anyway, this yeah. So see, just the slight curves. It might be just because of my time drawing in 5 point perspective, where as time goes on, I I am no longer a fan of like the crazy distortions, and I'm just like I'm more into like using 5 point, but a little more subtly. Because I've done so many like fucking off the wall um uh perspective drawings that I think these days I'm a lot more into like the subtle curves. Like even this is crazy right here, but like something like this, subtle. Okay. Again, we're still just working in boxes. At some point, you're gonna have to put shit into these boxes, right? Oh, yeah, that's not no, but that what you're talking about there is that's just everything though. Like when we talk about thumbnailing and creating working layers, or excuse me, working areas, um, that's just what you have to do. So another way you could think of that is uh, putting your vanishing points off the page. You could think of it as putting a rectangle or your canvas onto the sphere. Like, where's my sketch of the universe? Like what we were talking about here. Like this is what we started with. You could think of it as putting your working space into the sphere, or you could think of it as you have your canvas and you're going to set your vanishing points off the canvas. They're the same thing. Uh, cup half empty, cup half full. It all means the same thing. Yeah. Put canvas on the very edge. Ah, it's being enjoy empty space or part of the composition. Yeah, yeah. I mean, like I said, you can do that and it looks really cool. I just when you're doing something like a cityscape or generally you, in real life we don't see stuff like that, so normally you want to stay away from that unless you want to get really wild with it, you know, like that shit. Um, let's put this over here. Okay, so we're gonna go into 6 point now, which is it's just one. It's just 5 point plus one little extra. I already did it here. Okay. So before we get into 6 point, yes, I'm aware that technically there is an infinite amount of vanishing points. And if you don't get what I'm saying when I say that, don't fucking worry about it. Just don't worry about it. Okay? But to me, the way I operate when it comes to doing technical work, it's six. Six is it. Okay? That's everything. It's done after six. Though I understand when people say there's infinite. So let's use a bit of a thinner pen for this, because there's a lot that we're gonna be putting here. This is gonna be serious. Let's see how we can best convey this. Oh, duh. This is the easiest way to describe it, okay? I'm so stupid. That is not a great circle. Imagine that's an actual circle and not whatever the hell it is that I just drew, okay? One vanishing point, because to me, the vanishing point is the farthest possible spot, right? So in a sphere, a sphere that is sitting on one side on one point right here. Let's imagine the sphere is sitting. Okay, imagine this sphere is our universe, right? So, um, because this is it right here. That's where it's sitting. The farthest possible point from here is here, and then there will be other farthest possible points. So those are your vanishing points. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, it's a sphere, which means that it also is coming towards us. That's why, in 5-point perspective, you put your fifth one wherever those lines cross. Does that make sense? Because it's like that's star. Stars up here, right? This is 3. That right there would be 3. 4 is hidden in the back there. Right here is 5. So this thing that everyone talks about with a 5-point perspective is not in the center. It's actually the closest thing to you. Does that make sense right here? Which means that on the opposite side of this, there's another point. That's number 6. The universe, people. Bueno? Pretty easy, right? That's why when we started this, yeah. Oh, you don't know how it's different. Okay. Um so what I said before about like everything comes from the same source. The only thing that changes is which vanishing point you're going to allow to impact your drawing, right? So like let's say this is your working page right here, okay? Now, with 6-point perspective, I have only been able to make this work curvilinearly, not linearly. Linear whatever. Okay? So, this is your working canvas. Got your normal, got your normal 1, got your normal 2, right? For the sake of this drawing, we're going to put everything smack center. Got your 3, your 4, your 5 and your 6 are kind of, they're going to be right here, but one is close, one is far. Whoops, that one's a little far. Imagine that this is a good looking circle, okay? Not they're not in the same place. They are opposite from each other. But because you're looking at it straight on, the fifth one will be in front of the sixth one. I guess that would be true because you're not standing on the edge of the universe over here. You would be in the middle point here. You'd be right. Or further back. Somewhere just not outside, right? Yeah. So, what was I doing? Oh yeah. So, trying to find light colors. So instead of the normal 5, and let's just pretend that this actually looks like a decent circle, not an avocado. So, with regular 5-point done with linear perspective, the lines go like straight out, right? Boom, 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 boom. boom, boom, boom. With let's use a different color. Sorry. With okay. Let's treat this as 5 right here, okay? Not a Pokeball. If you were gonna let both sides influence your artwork, the perspective grid lines coming off of them, curvilinear, would look like that, right? Yeah. Yeah, you that's what that's exactly what I was gonna sketch, where you said you could only imagine it as 2 fisheye lenses, one forward, one backward. Now I can't remember where I saw the lecture on this, but it's basically you kind of just have to imagine. Wait, yeah. Can't barely see that one. Hold on. So I have one drawing called Hustle Bustle that for the longest time I thought was 5 point, but I was applying this extra set of grids onto it, which technically makes it 6 point. But yeah, like the description you had about like a forward backward fisheye lens is kind of it. So yeah, that's basically what it is. They're both. You have to take into account both. So conceptually, it's pretty easy, right? When you're trying to use this to do a drawing, it's a fucking mess. But a cube looks the same in both, right? Um, you're talking about in both 5 and 6. Uh, it is. It's it's not really a noticeable difference, but basically on a 6, there's almost no straight lines at all in a 6 point perspective, unless you're like writing right here on the lines. Because you know how on a 5 point it would be like that, right? These are straight. On a 6 point, it would be like it would be it would be like that. Yeah, and then the 23 hours doing only vanishing point in preparation before even tracing one line. I mean, that's good. He's probably way better than we are for doing that. Anytime, anytime somebody does any one thing for 23 hours straight, that you just got it. You just gotta be careful about those people. They're hella good at whatever it is that they do. Yeah. But yeah, very subtle difference. But when you take into account those lines, it is a good guideline, or you can use them uh to like distort things more. But like if you think about it in like theory or concept, those lines in the back, and I say back because I consider 6 to be the back and 5 to be the front. That's just me. These lines honestly should not affect whatever it is that you're doing, right? If you think about it in theory, why would any of these lines that are coming out of the that affect your drawing, right? So it's just kind of like that's how to set up the 6 point grid, and that's what it does to your drawing. But it's super impractical. It's a pain in the ass to set it up and to draw over it because it's like spaghetti. Um, Concept wise, I'm sure somebody smarter than me can answer that. But like concept wise, I don't really see the point of it. But if you were ever curious, that's what it is. Yeah, I'm familiar with them. Ooh, let me see. I'm hopping into Discord right now. What? My bad. I see the artwork that you put up. What were you saying about it? The guy who did the Olympic drawing said he spent 23 hours a day only doing vanishing points in preparation before even tracing. Oh, the Olympics hired me to do some artwork, dude. I'd be like, you guys ain't gonna see me for like a month. I'm gonna make this shit. I'm gonna make it heat. Like I'm. That is very pretty, very nice artwork. Yeah, but if the Olympics hired me to do something, I'd be like, all right, cool, bye. You guys ain't seeing me for a hot minute. But anyway, you're mentioning that artist. Why? Oh, my Discord link not working? Jesus, how many times do I have to update that thing? All right, my bad. Give me a second. Why does Discord make it so difficult? Yeah. Uh there. Maybe that'll work. I just put it in the chat because like I feel like I could edit it on my page, but eventually it'll just expire. So I'm just gonna go ahead and just drop the link into the chat. Okay. Yeah, that is the only difference between 5 and 6. I don't see how you can possibly make a 6 point work with linear perspective grid lines at all. Because if you did, even if you did a 6 point perspective, but you went with linear, both the 5 and 6 would be linear and they would overlap each other, right? Unless unless you did this, unless you did it in a way where you And again, this is all conceptual stuff. Nothing to worry your pretty little brains about. Unless you did it in a way where you had your 5 here and then you just slightly shifted your 6 over here. You know what I mean? Which is probably a thing that I am not educated on. So that's just me. Jaden, what's up? Oh, so miscommunications, right? Yeah. So I mean, like, if you did that and you went with linear with both 5 and 6 in sight, where they weren't overlapping each other, fucking look like that. Just nonsense, just chaos, right? Which is fun too. I mean, I'd be down to do a drawing like that, just to see what would happen. But it's just like what adheres to what, you know? It's like anyway, that's it. Those are your grids. Those are your 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 grids. I know there was a 4. It's like a panoramic shot. I've only dabbled with 4 like 10 years ago a couple times, and every time I've considered using it for like an interior wide shot or something, I don't like how it looks. I'd rather go with a 5 point, a really wide 5 point curvilinear shot to get the same space rather than a 4, because 4 is like it's it it's like folding paper. It's yeah, not yeah. So is a no, is a bike wheel a good example of 5 point of 6 point perspective? Oh, no. No, because it has to be a sphere. Has to pull back a little bit. But then it raises the question of, like, you're talking about perfect spheres, right? My God. So I have some sketchbooks. I have some sketches back from like 2017 where my brain was just going crazy when I first learned about 6 point, like the thing that I showed the front and back, where I was just like, okay, it's a sphere, but what if it was shaped like this though, right? Where it was just like where everything's just super sharp. You know what I mean? Like I used to, yeah, in my day, I used to try and think of things like this, like, well, what if it looks like that instead? You know? So we can't do any 5 or 6 without a fisheye effect. I think if you close in enough, see how, like, say this is our canvas, right? And it's we're allowing a lot of it, like, because the further out you get, the more distorted it is. We're allowing this canvas to be distorted by that. If you shrunk your working size to like that, you could still use a 6 point perspective and get a lot of very subtle curves, but and it won't, like, you could still adhere to this all the lines on a 6 point perspective, you know, and you can get a lot of subtle curves because the closer you are here, the less distorted it is. So you could still do it, and it'll look. I'm trying to get this net. Yeah, so you can do 5 and 6 and not get that fisheye, that crazy fisheye lens that a lot of people like to abuse. And I say abuse in a good way because a lot of the times people use it because they want to make like a fun looking drawing. Like I had mentioned, some of the concept work that I did was just slice of life stuff, but because the angle and the perspective was really, like, really, I got him, was really wild. It made it fun to look at. So um if you want to still get like those little bits of curves, just zoom in more and don't let the distortion of the edge of the sphere affect your drawing too much. Yeah, yeah. 5 and 6, just reel it back in. Just bring it back in. Yeah, that's all it takes. The problem is, and again, one of the reasons I keep bringing this up when I like the thumbnail stuff. I always give myself a lot of like extra, like if I'm thumbnailing right here, right? I will think like this far outside of it, you know, because at least for me, if I'm only working, this happens to me with digital art all the time because with digital art, like I have the canvas and I'm always just start working on the canvas and I don't thumbnail or zoom out beyond outside the canvas. I have issues like um I have issues like setting the composition because I'm just like I'm so trapped in the given canvas that I have. But if you're thumbnailing and you think outside, you can start placing shit out here. You know what I mean? Yeah. Anyway, yeah, 5 and 6. Those are the most fun to talk about because there's a lot of like conceptual stuff that goes into it, right? Isn't that more fun than like, all right, cool. So 1 point, right? It's like it's far here, it's close here, you know. So yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna drop a link into the chat. I'm not plugging anything for you guys. It's just this really old drawing that I did that I accidentally used a 6 point perspective on. So technically, it's the first time I had ever done 6 point perspective, and I didn't even know I did it until after the fact. Accidentally, yeah, because like, okay, so I dropped the link there. So I accidentally did a 6 point on it because at the time, this was like way back in the day, I was learning all perspectives and I was very fascinated by 5 point because at the time there weren't a lot of like tutorials online how to do it, like um these days everyone knows how to do it. There's like you can find TikTok videos of people explaining it, right? But back in the day you couldn't, so I was super fascinated by it. um so I started thinking of it as like a full sphere, and that whole 5 and 6 point thing where like you said it's like two opposing fisheye lenses, right? That's how I was picturing it. And I had my fifth point, which I had in the center, I had going out both directions. So basically, in that drawing that I linked, I was treating the fifth point. I was taking the fifth point and giving it the duties of both the fifth and the sixth without knowing that's what I was doing. So technically, that drawing that I linked, that really old piece that I linked, was my first time doing six on accident. Yeah, but you can tell how old it is. But the point still stands where how before you were asking, is there a visual difference between 5 and 6? I think that's a good, even though that's old and kind of sloppy. It's a good example. You see, there are almost no straight edges in that drawing. Ignore the gun because parts of the gun not in are not adhering to the perspective. But if you just look at the cityscape, the background, there are almost no straight lines. If this was a 5 point, all like the rails on it, um, did you guys see? I put a link in the chat for it. Is the drawing good? I mean, I like it because I drew it. I like everything that I drew. So, it's fun. And anyway, so that drawing that I just linked, that's a good example of like, but you can see the difference, right? Because if it was a 5 point, you see on the windows, and anyone just joining, I put a link in the chat, and we're just looking at this really old drawing. I can't pull it up right now. Actually, I don't think I have a print of it anywhere here. I do. This is a really old print of it. All right, we're just talking about this one. All right, so just to refresh everyone what we're talking about. This is a really old drawing that I did. I can't believe I still have prints of this. Just... Anyway, this is a really old drawing that I did when I was first learning and getting really fascinated with perspectives beyond like the 1 and 2s, right? I was very fascinated by 5, and so you could see the difference here. If this was a 5-point perspective, and I'm trying to answer a question that somebody posed of is there a visual difference between 5 and 6, and I think you could tell here. If it were 5, these right here would be straight, because if you're only using that middle or that 5th point and it's linear perspective, these would be straight right here, right? But because they're adhering to the that 6th one where it kind of bows outwards, you get that curve instead. Yeah. Happy accidents. Oh, hey. I could finally apply that to something. Anyway, yeah. So technically, this is my first 6-point drawing that I ever did. Who says, I understand on this drawing we are at the center of a sphere? Yeah, pretty much. Well, I you could technically, because you can't stand outside of known space, right? Because like if you're standing here, like if you are standing right here, you'd basically be trying to see something. You're trying to view something. Because again, this is all conceptual stuff. If you are in the middle of the sphere, yeah, you have a question about time management. Go ahead. While I'm trying to ruin my brain here and confuse everybody for no reason, feel free to ask like an actual question. um, so like, and then so again, more conceptual stuff. Okay, you're talking about you for 6-point, you would be not in the very center of a sphere, because if you were in the very center of the sphere, right? Let's say you were looking that way, you would see this, and then you could apply this, 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 and this, right? Which is only 5. So if you're in the middle, if you're anywhere but the absolute edge of the universe, you could not let. I guess you could. No, I'm wrong. You could. Okay. Fucking don't listen to me. No, wait. No, you would have to. My bad. You would have to stand somewhere behind this in order to allow this point to impact what you're doing. Right? Because if you are in front of the halfway point on a sphere, you can only see the perspective grid lines from 6. Because guys, remember how I like to set up my visuals for the universes. 6 is in the back, 5 is in the front. Okay. So you would have to be anywhere behind the halfway point. What we're talking about is where would you need to be standing in a sphere in order to allow 5 point, or excuse me, 6 point perspective grid lines to affect your drawing. You actually, if you think about it, you have to be at the edge of the universe here, because let's say you're standing right here in the sphere, then you would yeah, that wouldn't work. You would have to be here. That's why this is so stupid. That's why it's so artificial to do 6 point, because you are basically stepping outside of the universe. What the fuck's out here? 16 point perspective. Have you seen that? 16. It's like when you're taking into consideration like other like other things. Anyway, you could just do that. I know lots of artists who do that, where they're just like, they'll just draw something, right? And 6 point straight line doesn't exist. It does not. That's the example that's why I brought this out. There can be no straight lines in a 6 point. Unless you stood absolute center. You stood absolute center, right? Right here. Because 1 and 3 would be like this to the point where it's flat, right? So, and then like that, you would spin it to the point where it's like that. You stood absolute center at 5 outside of the universe, and you look straight. You should be able to get something straight here, something straight here, right here, and right here. Even like a hair above or below the horizon line at that point, or a hair left or right of here, technically will have some curve to it. But no, you gotta be like, all right, you gotta be like right in the center. Okay, so the question about time management is, you said you worked as a car mechanic. Yes. With your hands. Yes. My hands are soft these days, though. Back in the day, I had some, like, my hands were like black all the time. And on the side, you practice drawing in perspective. No. How did your days look back then, and were you able to squeeze in working out in between? So I worked as an auto mechanic full time. Then I couldn't do that anymore because it was driving me crazy. So then I quit that. And then some time after that, I started drawing. And then I was drawing a lot of, by the time I started drawing anything, far before I started practicing, like actual art stuff, and I was just doing like anime artwork, I had already put being a mechanic behind me. I did not have to balance doing that, like the manual labor work, and art. I didn't have to balance both of those, because before I even decided I wanted to draw, I said, fuck working on cars. Those were two separate decisions with like 2 months in between. Like 2 months in between. Yeah. Fortunately, so I was living in Santa Cruz, um, and then my actually, this is a long time ago, so I could bring it up. I don't think he cares. My dad had been laid off. He was at this job for like 30 some odd years, and he got laid off. Actually, they fired everybody. They fucking got rid of everybody who was there for a long time, and then they hired a bunch of new people. And then 2 years later, they shut down because because so they got under new management. And you know how new management, oh, we're just gonna get new blood in here because all these people are too expensive to keep. So they got rid of all the old people who had been there for decades, including my dad. And then they put in fresh blood, and then they fucked it up, and the place closed down. Anyway, after he lost his job, I moved back in with them to help out with like bills and stuff. Um, and then by the time they got back on their feet, I was ready to move to LA. And then that's when I just had this moment where I was just like, you know what? I can't. I was really close to opening up my own smog shop. Does anyone know? I don't know if you're from California. Do you know what a smog shop is? It's basically a station where cars come in to be tested for like emissions issues, like if they're polluting too much. So I had talked to a bank. I was gonna get a loan out. I was looking at places. I was gonna open my own smog shop, and then I was just like, I don't want to fucking do this. So yeah, at the time I was living with my parents. I kind of, I had to move back in with them because like I needed help out with bills, and then so that was like I was doing that. I don't know how many years. Anyway, once everything got all settled in, I was ready to move to LA and open my own smog shop, and I was just like, I fucking can't do this anymore. So that's when I quit. And then fortunately, I had a lot of money saved up. Um, I was able to get my parents, situated again, so they let me stay there for a little bit. And in that time, I had decided to start doing art, and yeah, because of the money I had saved up from working like as a mechanic for so long, it allowed me to kind of go all in. And then like the following year was the convention stuff, and then once I was able to kind of stabilize my income, I was able to. Fortunately, I was able to get my art income working, which not everyone's able to do. More power to you. If you're able to do this as a living, that's like a huge blessing already. Don't ever take that shit for granted. It's crazy. Yeah. Man, that was a turbulent time. I totally forgot about it. That was a wacky time. There's all kinds of shit going on back then, man. Yeah. Um, Good money. Yeah. If you own a smog shop, and that's hella good money because every car in California, you have to go through emissions. You have to get your registration done. We are gonna get back to the you see the table of contents over here. We will get back to that. So we're just actually taking a little break right now because we just finished diagnosing, or explaining 6 point perspective and like the meaning of the universe and all that. So, um, when you started practicing drawing, you lived off savings, or you're curious because you're gonna go back to work and you're a bit nervous about time management. I lived off of my savings, but I was actually getting a lot of commissions because, YouTube back then was way different than it is now. DeviantArt was super, super active. Instagram and that kind of stuff wasn't around, right? So I made a point to record all my commissions and then post them up online. I was a very active competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player, so the first set of work that I was doing was custom playmats, and I noticed that like not a lot of good artists were involved in doing custom playmats back then. They are fucking now. Everybody's doing playmats now, but back then nobody was. And if they were, they sucked. So I was very active in the Yu-Gi-Oh community. I would pre-draw some playmats and take them with me to conventions, take to competitions like Yu-Gi-Oh regionals or a YCS or something, even locals. And then yeah, I just got a shit ton of work doing stuff for Yu-Gi-Oh players because I mean that's my people. That's my people. I'm one of them, right? So through that I was able to get slightly better at my art, not really, but I was also able to, like grow. I was able to get like my street cred up because I had a lot of clients, and then I double dipped by recording it, taking the effort of recording my commissions and then posting them on YouTube and then sharing those YouTube videos onto, I mean, we didn't have social media, we had Pojo back then. Where Yu-Gi-Oh people would see it and they'd commission me for more. So I was living off of those commissions. Yeah. I was 25 when you did that. You're talking about young. Nah, 25 is young. Uh, it's a compass. Is a compass 6 point perspective? Is that what you tell me? everything, everything is 6 point perspective. If you're willing to willing to see through it, right? So you can see that 6 point. um, but in regards to you worrying about your time management, you can make it work. You know, I don't like comparing one person's situation to another because everybody's different. But I know people who have kids who draw every day. You know, like I know some people who are single, have roommates, don't even have like they have like no responsibilities, still can't draw every day because they're lazy. Like, you know, like I think everyone is. I think as good as I am right now with my time management, I could always be better. But I think anyone could make anything work. Um, I think it might take a little bit of practice. You might have to go a couple days where you're just like, holy shit, I did too much at work. I'm so tired, I can't do anything at home. You know, maybe you're just like, okay, well, maybe little things like maybe I'm not talking about you, but for example, you could stop drinking coffee on certain days so that don't drink coffee in the morning and drink it later on in the day. That way, when you're off work, you get the boost then instead of the boost at work and then the crash when you get home. Little stupid things like that. It takes a lot of practice, but I wouldn't worry about it too much if I were you because anyone could make anything work. Yeah. Plus, if you're working a job that is gonna pay, right? I've talked to a lot of new artists who want to go art full time, and I gotta tell them to calm the fuck down because going full time is rough because you're gonna spend most of your drawing time drawing things you don't want. If you have a job that's paying for you, that's paying for your stuff, then you don't have to answer to anybody. You can just draw whatever you want. So, in regards to your time management question, yeah, you could be at work for 10 hours a day, and then maybe only be able to draw like an hour or two, but you're gonna draw and study whatever you want during that hour or two. I take projects on. A lot of us who are full time, we take projects on. They take up days, weeks of our life, you know, and we're not able to study during that time. So think about it. Technically, who's progressing more in that time? It's remote work too. Get the fuck. Get the fuck. It's remote work. You're not sure how to practice anymore. Just try different things then. If you're in a place where you're so like you've practiced so much, everything gets stale. Just do something different. It doesn't even matter what it is, as long as it's different. You guys saw earlier this year, like I haven't done freestyle artwork in a while because I started watercoloring and I started oil painting. I started doing all kind like I started this like you know work with Copic markers. Like I uh started doing graphite work at conventions instead of offering Copic stuff because I was fucking bored using alcohol ink. It's like that. You're just gonna once you practice enough. Like I think a lot of us here practice a lot. Once you practice enough, you're gonna get bored. Like this perspective stuff, it's just boring to me because this is one of the subjects that I went so deep into that it's just super simple for me now. You could not work and continue studying on your own, but I felt like it makes you lazier. You want to work to be under some kind of pressure. That's that's good. Whatever it is that works for you is probably the best thing. Like a lot of I have well, not anymore, but back in the day, uh I even though I was able to live off of the commission work and then like eventually the conventions, there were periods of time where I wanted to stop doing those and just go get a regular job. That way I had consistent income and then I could just focus on like my personal work and stuff when I'm at home. That's not a step back. That's not a step back. If I decide to not be full-time art, get another job that just pays all my bills and then I can just draw and you guys don't see me ever again, but I'm just drawing whatever the fuck I feel like. That's that's not a step back if that's what I want. So for you, just do whatever works for you. Fuck everyone. How can an artist utilize parametric equation? Oh, jeez. Uh, the answer is cocaine. There's your answer. Um, no, honestly, I don't know. And by I don't know, I mean I don't even know what you're asking. Anyway, so let's get back to the table of contents here. That was a nice break. Um, uh, so the next portion is draw anything. So earlier we talked about boxes and why being able to rotate or being able to rotate a box in free space is like the bare minimum that you should have in your toolbox as an artist. Um, yeah, yeah. Appreciate you hanging out for so long. I mean, when is the answer? Never that. You know? Shit. Shit. Uh Dave, what's up? All right, so we went. Hold on. I'm all unorganized over here. Okay. So now that we've gone through all of this stuff, we've gone through 1 point, 2 point, 3 point. We've talked about concepts, we've talked about why, we've talked about what you're looking at with cameras, we talked about horizon lines and vanishing points and spheres and the creation of the universe right here. Talked about 6 point and how to perceive stuff, and the difference between 5 and 6. Now we're gonna go back around and talk about boxes. Okay. Every time you guys see me draw anything, you remember we were learning how to draw animals? Draw a box around it. Anytime I'm learning how to draw anything, it always involves boxes. Your minimum requirement of knowledge as an artist should be at least to be able to rotate a box. I'm sure you've seen. I'm sure you've seen these um, little images online. These fucking graphs, right? By the way, this is just what 5 point perspective looks like. If you were to turn it into a bunch of cubes. And the reason is like if well, we did an example here. This is a water bottle. You're looking at it straight on, right? Straight on. If you were to rotate that cube, you should be able to rotate the water bottle. If you tip the cube over, the water bottle falls over. You should be able to do this with everything. Um, and I wish I could. I'm trying to think of like a clever way to say this. There's really not. It's basically like if you reference or not, if you can't look at something and spin it around, then you just don't really have an understanding of that object, and you need to practice it more. And that's kind of it. Now, one of the things that can help you is a cube. So, someone give me an object, something. No, you guys are gonna give me some stupid, complicated shit. An octopus. excel. See what I'm saying? All right. Do I remember how to draw an octopus? Like, oh no, I can draw a squid. Ooh, I've forgotten. I've forgotten the construction of a hairbrush. Something simple. Okay. We'll get into more complex stuff in a second. So, hairbrush. Okay. You guys have seen one of my favorite exercises to do is you could take like an existing drawing or drawings. Have you ever who here does gesture work? Who here practices their gestures like they're supposed to? Have you ever like looked at an existing pose and tried to find the line of action, like the gesture through an existing picture? You know, have you done like figure drawing and then you want to ID the line of action? Yeah. And then you do it the opposite way where you're like, all right, well now I'm going to make the line of action and then draw the person around that line. It's that where you could look at existing objects and try to imagine what they would look like in a box. Guilty for not practicing enough. You mainly make up poses or use figures for reference. Yeah, no, I mean that's what you're supposed to do, but like for those who do practice that particular way where you're looking for the pose is what I was talking about. So yeah, so you could do that for any object. See, I drew the object first and like, okay, I can kind of visualize the box around it, right? So then now, if you can just you went the opposite way. Um dude, thanks for dropping by. You know, so like if you were to go the opposite way where you do the cube first. That sucks. That's ugly. So, whoa. Wide angle perspective. Whoa. You know, I'm talking about that crazy shit. Actually. Anyway, um, you guys get it. You should be able to do this. I don't want to say with everything because not everyone could do anything, can draw everything. But like, yeah, basically, um, because when you're doing your perspective grids and you're inserting objects there, they're done through boxes. So these are good exercises right here because everything is a box. or everything can be in a box, right? So exercise wise, I think this is one of the best things you could do. You guys see me do it all the fucking time. I do it with everything, and it's good. It helps. Something about being able to go back and forth, seeing the box around it or seeing the object in the box. Something about it when you spin the box around really helps visualize what that object would do if it's spun the same way. I can't describe it. All I know is that it helps me a lot. Okay. And I'm a pretty simple person. So if it works for me, it has to work for you. Like it just does. Like uh using different colors for the box and the object also helps. Lighter color for the box, dark color for the object. Okay. We'll get a new page and then we'll do a couple more exercises like this. I think a lot of time we forget to go back to the box basics. I mean, I don't know why anyone ever ignores it. Like anytime if I'm creating a scene for like a commission, like if I or like if I want to set up an actual scene, everything is a box to me. Like that's just how I see everything. Remember I told you Neo in the Matrix? Like that's how my brain processes it. Like I just um I don't know what I don't know how to say this. It's just so effective and it is everything that to do it any other way seems like less efficient. Yeah, it is. And just like especially when it comes to drawing people, rotating boxes or cylinders if you prefer. I prefer boxes because they have edges on them. A lot easier to spin that because a cylinder is smooth on most of it, so like you could spin it and you can't even tell. But whatever works. It's particularly because we're going to get into drawing people in a second. Particularly when drawing people in perspective, you know, taking into account foreshortening, all that practice you have, a box moving pays off big time doing that. You know, um, those of you who in here who have been to art school, how much do they emphasize just boxes? Uh, Otherwise, you're just memorizing shapes or copying. Yeah, basically. I just want to just do some like weird shit when you do these exercises. Like They never mentioned boxes specifically, just shapes in general. I guess that would be dependent on who's teaching you, right? School really depended on the department. But to your point, the best class you took, had you buy foam cube, sphere, and cone. Then we spent all semester drawing and painting. Yo, see, that's real shit. See, that's okay. That goes back. We're gonna rewind it all the way back before we get into the whole the really the important part of this entire thing that we're doing today. The only thing that people really care about, drawing people in different perspective. Realistically, that's kind of like the only thing that anyone has ever like all this other stuff. The 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 whole thing we talked about like the sphere of the universe and like these perspective grids. Honestly, with my time that I've been around other artists, they don't give a shit about that. They just want to be able to draw their anime titty girls, yeah, wide angle perspective, and make them. Anyway, we're about to get into drawing people in different perspectives, okay? And everything that we've covered. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to hit the camera. Everything we've talked about up until now in regards to boxes, rotating boxes in free space, and all that. All that has led up to drawing humans. Okay. It's also led up to me going to the bathroom, and it led up to this ad. Okay, check, check, mic check. Okay, so this next portion is actually really easy. What method for actually move on to the next chapter, the table of contents, humans in perspective, which is kind of what all of this has has led up to. Okay, I am a big Loomis fanboy. I like the eight head method. Also, when I was learning perspective, I found eight. The eight head was kind of like was like perfect. All right. Um, quick refresher on those who are unfamiliar with the Loomis eight head. Off the cuff, what is the very center of the body? The groin. Yeah. It's like it's like it's like right at the top of where the shaft. Anyway, so it's like this is obviously this bottom part is like shorter. This I'm just freehanding this, okay? All right. Yeah. So uh, okay. There. In general, I ignore that. I'm just being stupid. You could tell I'm getting tired when I start doing some stupid shit on stream. So quick overview. That's the general breakdown of Andrew Loomis's eight head proportions for humans, the ideal proportions. And honestly, there is actually a difference between his ideal male and ideal female. And I'll be 100% with you. I only remember specifically where the male proportions are, and I still apply that to when I draw female figures, and then I just elongate things that I actually personally enjoy, like the neck. Like that's just what I do. So anyway, um, the reason I prefer using this is because it's easy to picture it in a box, right? And what do we do with boxes? Damn it! Come on, can you see that? Okay, we spin them. So in the same vein as rotating a brush, like rotating the box that has a brush in it, you're rotating a box that has a person in it. And the reason I like the eight head method is because it's broken down so um like systematically, right? It's just like, well, the centers, the groin, I'll know where to kind of start my drawing, right? I'll kind of know it'll kind of help me like put things where they need to be. So I'm just eyeballing this to for speed's sake, but generally if you're learning you want to actually like measure it all out. Right? And then there's not some kind of punchline to this. It's straight up that's the person in the box. You have measurements so you know where the middle part is, okay? You start rotating the box, and if you are familiar enough with how to draw people, then you should be able to rotate that person along with the box. And if you can do that, you rotate a person in free space with the box, you should have no issues inputting these into there or in any of these that we did. It's all the same. All just boxes. That's honestly all it is. That's it. This whole portion about drawing humans in perspective, that's honestly that's all it is. Now, if you're worried about like foreshortening, we can talk about that if you want. But that okay, I'm bringing up this point because like I had said it earlier, where uh we've done a lot of these sketchbook streams, where like I'm like freehanding and drawing people where it would be like we're just kind of sketching, right? Whoops. And then someone will come into the chat and see what we're sketching, and they'll be like, "Oh man, I can never draw anything in that perspective. I just like, the perspective is too hard." When in reality, what you mean to say is, I just don't know how to draw that particular thing at that angle. So, did you do a lot of inventive analytical drawing for anatomy? I did like I did like everything because anatomy is hard for me. Like drawing people is one of the things that I found the most difficult. Maybe it's because I used to be a mechanic. Maybe like just the way my brain works. I work so much better. Like you guys have seen my Gundam drawings. If you haven't, they're hella good. Anyway, I'm much better at non-organic stuff. That comes way more natural to me. So in order to become halfway efficient at drawing organics, especially people, I did a lot of work. I'm still doing a lot of work. So you asked me, have I ever done dot dot dot? The answer is probably yes, because I fucking suck. So I was just like, I gotta go like extra hard on drawing people. Yeah. Did you use a lot of underdrawing before inks in the past? Yeah, of course. I still use underdrawings when I feel like it. I just work with ink only when I'm sketching because it helps with your line art because you become more confident. Like if you're confident enough to sketch freely, like you know what I mean? If you're confident enough to just sketch freely, especially in a sketchbook when nobody's gonna see it, nobody's gonna see your sketchbook work unless you hop onto my Gumroad and purchase my Infinity sketchbook. Then you could definitely see it. It helps with your confidence when doing your line art. It helps with your control. Um, I've also okay. With digital art, with digital art, how's a digital artist position? Like this and like this. And what is this hand always holding? Control fucking Z, right? Always. Uh, click. Uh, click. You know what I mean? Creates bad habits. For me, uh, this is just a personal thing. This might not work for you. when I'm drawing in just pencil, I never commit to anything. Like I'm just like, all right, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, you know, and I don't ever decide on anything. So that's more of a me problem. Yeah, I mean, undersketching is good. It it does different things for different people. I think the important thing is that everybody just tries everything a little bit, right? Okay, so let's go ahead. We're gonna take this shit that we were talking, this shit talk, right, about drawing people. And we're gonna actually apply it. Okay, we're using the Loomis 8-head method. I'm just labeling these for myself for later because I do plan to high res scan all this chicken scratch that we've been doing, and they're all going to be uploaded to my Infinity sketchbook. Anyway, we're doing the Loomis 8-head method because it automatically comes in a box for you, comes prepackaged in a box for you, and you just got to rotate it. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do examples of putting them in to perspective grids, and it's just going to show you how much easier this is. Okay. Uh, you would buy cheap garbage sketchbooks that you promise yourself I will throw in the trash. You only use pen marker, and I have confidence because I know I'm not ruining the sketchbook with bad art. When I do underdrawings, you start with the head, but then I do the skull and everything, you know. Oh, yeah, so like you'll start. Okay, when you do an underdrawing, like you start and then build on top of it. You know, I do that too. Like, I was doing a lot of graphite artwork during the summer, and when I was constructing because it was mainly characters, those people. When I would construct them, it was always just shapes. I was just always doing shapes. But if I was doing it just straight pen, I would have started at like the hand. I would have started at like the knee, you know, like the toe. I'll start anywhere. Yeah, but like when it's a pencil, I'm just like, you start with the head, you know, like it's like my habits just change depending on the tool that I have. Even when I go digital, my habits change. I draw differently. Yeah. my problem with my problem with that, not saying that I have a problem with that. I'm saying when I do it, there's a problem. Is when I build up, my characters get too stiff, and that's a very common issue. And you would think that's why, like when you do your line of action, your gesture, especially if you're gonna build a character from start to finish, as in line of action, mannequin, um, clothing, you know what I mean, clothing, and then like peripheral stuff like hair and all that. Like your line of action better be fucking nuts when you start out. Like exaggerate it because as you build up on it, and I know you know this, I'm talking to people who don't. The more you build up on it, the stiffer it's gonna get. Uh, you end up. Okay. What was I doing? Okay, so let's go people plus 1 point perspective. Okay. There's your canvas. Let's set your horizon line. Let's set the horizon line kind of low. Okay. Your vanishing point. We'll use a thinner. We'll use a thinner pen for the grid. We're gonna have the feet land right on the horizon line for this example. Okay. See? What's the difference between that? Not a whole lot. I mean, you got a little bit of an upward angle now because it's above the horizon line, so you're like looking up at it, right? See? And the further up, the more you're gonna get like, all right, who here abuses contour lines? I do. Abuse the shit out of contour lines. They're so useful because it's. I keep saying everything. Boxes are everything. Perspective is the universe. Is everything. Nah, contour lines is everything. uh, Contour lines would be like, let's take, let's just take this object right here, okay, whatever that is. A contour line would basically go along the shape of this. So like, let's say so you can all picture that this is like a three-dimensional, like, I was gonna say tube. Sure, it's a radiator hose, okay? Whoa, that doesn't go there. All right. So for those who don't know, a contour line is something you can use to help kind of no, you could use it to help define the shape of something or the volume of something, but also it's a contour line could also be just straight up like a line on a shirt, and it has to go along the curve of the dude's pecs, kind of thing. Anyway, the reason contour lines are super duper useful is because, especially with foreshortening, um, I guess we could fit it here. And we'll swing this back around to this. All right, just give me a second. I have to remember, not everyone knows all this stuff. So contour lines could be used to really show um like how much space there is. Does that make sense? Like this item right here, this object, if we tilted it down a little bit, right there. See how these lines are kind of equal distance here? Well, if you were to contour, use them as contour lines, they would get really close to each other, like a coil. See, easy work. All this stuff is easy work, right? As individual parts, I think a lot of artists could understand all these individual parts that we've talked about all morning pretty easily, right? You just have to stick them all together and try not to forget what you're doing. Um, anyway, the reason I bring up contour lines is because when you're drawing people in perspective, one of the easiest things to help kind of visualize um okay, like this dude right here, right? If he was wearing a shirt, So if he's wearing a shirt, right? It You could argue that it would go like that. Okay. Or if there were like stripes on his shirt, they wouldn't they wouldn't go down like this. They would go up like this because you're seeing him from underneath because he's above the horizon line. You're seeing him from underneath. There's going to be a lot of this. The sleeves are going to open up like this. That's technically a contour line. Okay. Right? Um we are getting closer to like I guess the end of this. We'll probably hang out like we're going to sit here for however long I feel like for open chat questions. And I guess we could just ease into that portion of it now. I guess this is just going to turn into a normal live stream now. But yeah, in regards to perspective, and we'll continue drawing people in perspective. But honestly, take the 8 head method. It comes prepackaged for you in a box. Just practice that. If you have, like I mentioned earlier, if you have issues rotating the character, a human or any object, in different angles, then that's not a perspective problem. That's a you problem. You know, like feet. If you're just like I can't rotate this character because I don't know how to draw the bottom of the feet or whatever, then that's a feet problem, and you need to work on drawing feet. But that's kind of it. That's all you need to know for drawing people and inserting humans into perspective grids. Now, given all this stuff is pretty concept wise, all this stuff is actually pretty easy. It's pretty simple, right? Again, like on their own, these things are pretty simple. What is it about it that gives you trouble? I'm asking the question. It could be something super specific, like I have trouble doing this or that. Um, so the thing we're talking about boxes and rotating them, you could even uh if you're having problems drawing a person, you could even break it down some more because you see how here we have an entire person in a box. You could just turn the individual parts of a person into boxes, you know. So like we'll just I was gonna save this for an entire video, but we'll just touch on it really quick. Hands, right? Like drawing a hand for most people is hard, but if you we'll just touch on it really quick. But the next like long stream I have is cover hands. Um, particularly like for shortening hands. See, because everything's a box. And to me, I'm visualizing contour lines. Yeah, it's all. I mean, it's very second nature to me now because I do it so much. But it's kind of all it is. Anyway, so we're gonna hang out for a little bit, right? I'm gonna take everything I learned from this live stream. And by learn, I mean this was supposed to be a very formal live stream, right? And like a very instructional stream, but I dropped the ball on that because I'm just not. I guess I'm just not a good presenter. So it devolved into us scream, laughing and talking about 6 point perspective, which is fun. But yeah, I will definitely probably just make a proper YouTube video on breaking down all this stuff in a quicker, simpler form. Okay, so I will everything we touched on today. I will put it in a more comprehensive video and put that on YouTube. So the rest of today, we're just gonna hang out and just do some free sketching. This is still a perspective focused stream, so I think we'll just try and we'll just do some fun stuff. Okay. Aha! Welcome back to the screen chat. Okay, so that was fun. Uh, I I really enjoyed that. Yeah. So this is still a perspective focus stream, so I'm just gonna grab some paper and we're just gonna free sketch some stuff. Um, let me go refill my water, and then we will. Okay, I'm gonna go refill my water. I'll come back. We'll stream at least 1 more hour of just freestyle stuff, or if you have any questions, um, going over any of the stuff that or regarding any of the stuff that we went over, feel free to throw it at me. So, a few minutes. Be right back. All right, we're back. And now that the like the instructional part of this is done, I get to put on my headphones and jam out while we work. Oh, you have trouble with? Uh no, go, you know what? Any art related thing you have a question about, just go ahead and throw it. And if it's something that I can't answer, then that'll be good too, because then I can go look it up and we can both learn something. You guys understand that when I do a lot of these when we would do a lot of the sketchbook streams or we would do a lot of like teaching streams, I'm just trying to find shit that I can either refresh on or something that I could learn because like especially when Tim, because Tim doesn't come around anymore because he's busy. He's busy with like growing shit. He would always bring up some topic, and I'm like, damn, I never thought about that. And I would go and research it, and I learned something new. Yeah, that's another like positive of live streaming. Well, you think you have topics that you want to learn until somebody brings it up, then you're just like, shit, cool, that's something new I didn't think about. I can go learn. Yeah. Uh, you have trouble one-shotting a sketch. Like you'll start drawing a head in pen and realize too late the shoulder has to be over the chin and the hair has to be over the eye or whatever. Things get messy. Or you'll do it in pencil and you have to erase a lot. Pencil can make you very indecisive because you have too much power. You basically have infinity. Well, until you run out of paper to erase. Uh, Look, you could argue that ultimately the end result, redundant. You could always argue that the end result is the only thing that matters. And as long as you are aware of what was giving you trouble before, you know what I mean? Like what you mentioned with pencil, you're like, I'm erasing so much. Well, next time you know, to maybe don't erase so much, or be a little bit, draw a little lighter, or be a little bit more careful. As long as you get the end result that you want, and you learn something along the way, that's really all that matters. Well, actually, all that, and then you sell the artwork and make money. Shit. No, so in regards to your pencils, I have that issue a lot where I'm very messy and indecisive with my pencil work, despite what I do with pens. Now, when it comes to when you're ink drawing, like let's say you're drawing a person, right? Um, and you that that's why when drawing people, I always think about what's closest to the camera. Like foreshortening wise, like to me, I know like if I'm gonna draw somebody with their arms on their hips, right? The elbow is gonna be closer to me, so I will start with the elbow. And then I'll build off of that. That way, because I know the elbow will go into the arm, and I know that I'm gonna probably go like that. I'll know that the shoulder will go here before the head. This dude's too buff. He's gonna die. So to avoid that whole thing where you later realize like, damn, this needs to be in front of this, I always start off by sketching the thing that's closest. So like, yeah. So like, I'm doing a bottom up shot, right? Usually I'll probably start. Can't count with a foot. Sweet. That's the part that's closest to me. Now I don't have to worry about anything being in front of. I don't have to worry about something blocking or when you start with the thing that's when you start with the thing that's closest to you, to the camera, you don't ever have to worry about not putting something in front of whatever it needs to be, right? Because now the foot, which is the thing in the front, that's done. I ain't got to worry about it. Well, what's behind the foot is the knee, right? That's a fat leg. Okay. So from there, you just kind of move backwards. You suspect your brain is avoidant of posing a person based on the elbow you drew. Something you'll have to practice. Ah, so you think it's like a mental block kind of thing. But that's one of those like comes with practice kind of thing, you know? Or it's just like you tie your shoe enough, you never hesitate when it comes time to tie your shoe, right? You automatically wander into the larger forms, then form the smaller ones. Ah, I I used to have this thing where I would only start drawing from the head, and because I used to obsess over hating that. I was just like, I'm only able to draw starting from the head. I'm such a fucking shit fake ass art. Like it used to bother me so much, right? That I intentionally spent time starting artwork from different parts. I was just like, I'm not allowed to start drawing from the head. Torso and hips. That works. What it's more like you could you could start wherever as long as it works for you. But based on what you're saying, in regards to like missing um certain spots when you're working in pen, doesn't sound like what you're doing is working for you. Or it's working and you just or it is working and you're just like just I want to do something different, trying to find problems where there are no problems. But you see, even when I'm sketching, I do take into account contour line. So another thing to consider for those of you who are kind of new, when you are drawing characters, and you're like you've shifted the perspective, because we were just having a conversation about putting certain items in front of other items, like here, because I'm seeing it from underneath. You see how I'm having the forearm, which would be closer to the camera, lead in, cut in front of the upper arm, the bicep, and then I have the bicep exaggerated going up, and it kind of cuts into the shoulder. You know how different would that look if I did it and I wasn't considering all of that? and I just right. See how that doesn't really work? That that's like that's like a contour line, right? Because I'm taking into account that you're looking at it from underneath, so you get this motion. There's a lot of that going on here. See, a lot of that going on. Into that drawing where you started with the foot, I took into account the plane everything was resting on. Oh yeah, there was a drawing that I saw years ago by Kim Jong-gi, and I'm sure everybody has seen it. Uh, it's like he has a lot of people. This drawing, when I first saw this was like I was still very green as an artist. This shit drove me crazy because this was a drawing that made me say, okay, I'm full of shit. I need to learn how to draw from different angles. Or excuse me, I need to be able to draw a character from any starting point. There's a drawing that he had where the entire thing, the whole camera, like let's say this was the plane, right? And he just has a bunch of people standing on it, and it's like you set the camera here, and you're seeing through like the pavement. So all you'd be able to see is like the bottom parts of people's feet, but they'd be in like mid stride, they'd be walking. So if we were to simplify it into shapes, it's like the whole drawing took place underneath the plane. Like these days, wouldn't blow my mind because I've done drawings like this. But I remember the first time I saw his was like that because I wasn't exposed to a lot of artwork at the time, and I was just like, Jesus fucking Christ, like yeah. So basically, it was an entire drawing of just this, except with a lot of movement and like 25, 30 characters. It was dope. Now I miss his ass, man. This sucks. Not a bunch of bullshit that he had to die. Anyway, let's continue. Ooh, Amazon just dropped off something. It's super exciting. Paper towels. That thumb should probably be about right here. Skip leg day. Let's try that again. I fucked that up. I got distracted because I have my Ring doorbell thing, my camera up all the time, right? So I got distracted because the Amazon guy dropped off my. That's the excuse I'll give you. Okay. When it comes to uh, when it comes to like sketching, the technical part's not the problem, right? It's not just me. It's the concept of like what you're drawing is always the hardest part. Um, so like when I'm just free sketching like this, if I like with this one, this is a perfect example. At first, I was just sketching a hand. I was like, this whole page is gonna be hands, and then I just eventually just turned into something else, and I'm like, okay, shit, that's not what I was sketching. How do I close this open loop? And I couldn't do it here because I fucked it up. But my point is, that's part of exercising. That's part of, and I'm bringing this up because you had mentioned like you said during your sketches, you end up messing them up. And I'm like, isn't that what the sketch is supposed to be though? It's fun live streaming your sketches, and because you label it as practice, nobody can give you shit because you're like, yeah, that didn't look good because I'm practicing, bitch. I am critic proof. I was gonna have this like stupid little shit like this. I was just gonna have this person's arm downwards, and we're gonna be upshot. And I put the cigarette, and I realized people don't hold those cigarettes straight down because they burn up, and then the smoke would be going upwards. Because I put it sideways like this, now I gotta change it. I don't know. It's not suffering, isn't it? This is fun though, right? Like, okay. Pretty sure you began being good at traditional sketch to sign up at conventions. No, so I was doing traditional artwork like when I was doing the playmats, the Yu-Gi-Oh playmats, which was the first like set of work that I got as an artist. And then when I decided to go into conventions, I actually went full digital, and I did a lot of like single character pinup style digital art. And yeah, it wasn't until you know what it was that got me good is I started carrying a sketchbook with me, and if a convention was slow, I would always people watch at the convention. I would always sketch people, and at conventions, there's a lot of different kinds of clothing and materials, and like just people are dressed differently than you would see if you went to fucking Starbucks and went people watching. And then I filled up sketchbooks plural while I was waiting at the airport for my layovers. I'll just sit there and I'll just watch people struggle to survive at the airport. You get a lot of people in like different kind of poses there that you wouldn't see elsewhere either. So I think a lot of my sketching got good because I was always on when I was out at traveling a lot for cons, especially at airports. I would murder sketchbooks. Like I would, if someone was asleep, I'll draw them like 10 times, just trying to figure out, and I would mess up like 9 of them. That's why I'll draw them like 10 times. Are the sketchbooks you sell a bunch of highlights from multiple sources, or do you raw dog a single whole sketchbook? I like to finish a whole sketchbook before I move on to the next one. Now, sometimes I'll find a sketchbook that's missing like 10 pages in the back. Like for some reason I didn't finish it. So then I'll go in and finish it. So I have some that are like 90% was done in like a couple weeks. And then that last couple pages was done like 4 years later. You know? But I'm the kind of person where I don't like to leave unfinished sketchbooks. Also, I'm cheap as fuck. I'm not going to buy a sketchbook if I don't know how y'all do this. How you buying sketchbooks when you haven't finished one? Like, I don't know about you, but I'm not gonna buy new shoes if my current shoes are still working. I can't. I'm not gonna go spend money buying new sketchbooks if I haven't finished the old ones. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm at a point now. Like I've finished all my sketchbooks. I have a crate of printer paper. Why do you think we're doing all this on printer paper? You think I'm gonna go buy a sketchbook? I got like a crate of printer paper. Crate. I don't sell. Oh, I don't. Oh, sorry. I don't actually. I haven't made a physical sketchbook. I haven't sold any. Actually, my wife won't let me sell the original sketchbooks. Um, yeah, I've never like produced a sketchbook. I, you know how I was talking about my Infinity sketchbook, which is my digital collection. Um, the way that works is actually started as an experiment. I was really close to, making one of those. You know how everyone just when they release a sketchbook, it's like a collection of things they've done in the past, just like sketches, which is fun. But I was just like, I don't have confidence that people are gonna buy it. Um, Despite the hundreds of hours that we've put on stream and people have watched me and like all the instructional courses we've done, everything, I was just like, I don't have the confidence that people would buy it. So, as an experiment, I I made this Infinity sketchbook, which I'm still doing now. Basically, I made it so you buy it one time, and then I'll gradually add more and more pages to it that I have never released widely, right? Um, I think the first, because I've gradually raised the price to it. I think the first price I put on it, just as an experiment, I swear to God, I think it was like $2 or $3, just to see how many people I can get. And I'm like, there's like 400 pages here. It's like $3, and you can get more pages forever. Nobody bought, nobody bit. So one of the reasons I don't go forward with making a like a physical sketchbook is because y'all don't want it. Bitches. No, just kidding. I mean, it's cool. I mean, y'all what you want. Y'all want what you want. Y'all don't get what you don't want. That's fine. Anyway, so I do have people ask me every now and then about like, do I plan to release a sketchbook? And the answer to that is no. But that wasn't my decision. That was all y'all who did that. Those are my favorite. The You're talking about the little paper, well, the ones that were clearly done either at home or collected by Staples, not the store, but like they pressed with those are the best ones. I have one from Alvin Lee. You know Alvin Lee, from Capcom stuff. His first set of sketchbooks were just little flimsy things. Yeah, I have one from him. Those are my favorite ones. Um, yeah. Uh, so anyway, yeah, those are like my favorite ones. I have some of them here with me right now, like because my bookshelf is right next to me. But I really hope none of you have imposter syndrome, whatever the fuck you want to call that, with your art. Like, I don't believe in imposter syndrome. I mean, like, it's not that I don't believe it exists. I'm saying I don't think anyone should have that. You do what you do, and then you can't do what you can't do. Who gives a fuck, right? Like, who cares? It's just like people who have like guilty pleasures. I'm just like, why you just like what you like, you know? It This is a fascinating topic to me. How thin skinned and soft a lot of artists that at least I've interacted with, especially these days, are when man, this is one of the like the this is one of the most like uh because you know what you make as an artist could be very personal, whether the subject matter or like all of it. You know, it's not like you design something to be mass printed and then you're gonna go sell it. No, that's a bad example. It's not like you're buying a bunch of shit from China and then trying to flip and sell it, right? You're making everything. And if people don't like it, it's easy to take that very personally, right? So it's so fascinating that art, illustration, visual artists, particularly these days, are so fucking soft, but they decide to go into a field that is very, very, like, very critical. So, question for my people who fly here: when you pass out on the plane, are you the crack your neck back, or are you the person who leans forward and puts their face on like the seat in front of them? I'm the lean my face on the seat in front of me kind of guy. Critical and competitive. Yes, correct. I stand. Yes, you are correct. Fat guy with pencil legs. See it a lot. Tall and don't fit well. Oh, sorry. Those who fly on planes, when you try and sleep, do you like to lean back or do you like rest your head on the chair in front of you? I always get window seats and I still lean. So like you got the window right here, right? There's a seat in front of you. I'm still like smearing my face right here. Like, bitch. All right, the paper kept like folding as I was going. Oh yeah, because you said you're like hella tall, right? So it's 1:30 p.m. my time, and my wife is still asleep. Normally I'd go check in on her by now, but I'm just gonna let her sleep. She had an MRI like last week, and ever since then it was just like anxious and all that shit. So if you see me kind of, I bring it up because like if you see me kind of like squirrely, checking the time, or she's messaging me, that's what it is. If she messages me and says that she needs my help, like I'm just gonna let you all know that the stream's over if that happens. Okay. You know what's crazy? As I get older, my desire to buy another motorcycle has just gone. Is diminished. Like I used to, I used to be a big motorcycle guy, and like I sold it because I was just like back when I moved back in with my parents to help them out with stuff. I just straight up sold my bike and used all that cash to help out with everything. But I always told myself, you know what? That's fine because when I get older, I'm by myself. Fire, right? But as I get older, I'm just like, bike. That sounds like hella work. I'm too tired for that. It's like, man, motorcycle sounds like hella work. Hope she's yeah. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I didn't mean to bring it up as like a downer or anything. It's just for those who are regular to my streams, my irregular streams, you guys know that sometimes I might have to vanish really quick. And normally she's awake by now, so I have to just kind of keep an eye on the our. I have a chat open with her, and I have to keep an eye on it. Mm, actually, the knee would go a little bit higher. See, in situations like this, where like I messed that up, then all of a sudden the character is wearing leather pants, and we just fill it in like that. Shiny. See? Oh yeah, like that 6 point perspective drawing. Super happy accidents. Yeah. What do motorcycle boots look like? They don't look like. I imagine they look like cartoon cartoon boots. Wife texts me. See, I sense this. I got this sense. I know when she's about to wake up. See what they're saying to each other here. These are bikers, right? This person is saying, yes, I would like some cocaine. And this person says, I wasn't even asking you about that. I said, what do you want for lunch? Uh, Just think there are kids growing up right now that will never know the joy of making fun of dumb shit. Okay. How about this? There are kids growing up now who won't even know what a magazine is. Um, I normally don't fly United Airline. Um, they just don't have like anyway. My point is, I had to fly with them recently, and they have gone completely contactless. So like, if you wanted to buy like some peanuts or something, you have to have the app, and then in the app you upload your credit card to it, and then if you want to order anything, you just do it through the app on the plane. There's no more of that like they still come around with a cart and give you like your refreshments, right? But there's no more of that like what's on the cart? Let me get some vodka and orange juice. No. You gotta use the app, yeah. I'm a big fan of MMA. I'm I'm not an MMA fan. I also don't know anything about fishing. Is that what a fishing rod looks like? Uh, it looks like a cartoon fishing rod. Does it have that many bends in it, or is it like one bend? I know nothing about fishing. Somebody help me out. Oh, you know what? Boxing. Boxing, yeah. You know what? I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. I just grew up watching boxing with my family. Also, my family's Filipino. So I went through I as I went through like my teenage years was prime Pacquiao. Anyway, so my wife is awake and she does need me for something. We've been on for 4.5 hours, 4:45. But yeah, so this last portion of the stream, I know we are just kind of hanging out, sketching. You know, Because you got ESPN. Yeah, early 2000s. That's when a lot of the lower weight classes were getting really popular. Anyway, I want to thank everybody for hanging out. This was very fun. I've had a lot of people come through over the years with like perspective questions. And honestly, everything we went over today, it's pretty simple, right? Isn't it pretty simple? I guess on an individually, all the little things are on their own concept wise are really simple. But I guess combining them can get maybe a little complicated and not so much difficult. More so like you're trying to juggle a lot of different things. Um anyway, I will be uploading probably a 4K version of this stream to YouTube. But also I will probably just shoot a proper YouTube video talking about this stuff because there was a lot of uh dead space and gibberish. Anyway, this was a good test stream to see if these more formal organized streams is something that I want to do. And right now it was a lot of fun, but I don't know. I do enjoy rather just hanging out in the sketchbook, practicing something, and then having people come up with random questions and we just touch on different topics. Like I find that to be more fun. But we can try another one of these. I'll next week we'll do one for hands because everyone seems to have trouble with hands, and I get it, but also like it's not that bad. So minutes to learn, lifetime to master. Oh yeah, I mean, never master. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking like people act like this shit is so complicated, like it's like life or death complicated. Dude, we created a structure of the universe here. Where is it? I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear difficult. We opened this stream by explaining the universe. Anyway, thank you for hanging out, everybody. I do appreciate it. Um, want to keep hanging out? Follow me on Twitch or YouTube or wherever you're at. Yeah. Thank you guys.